this and S-bomb that, and people were clutching their pearls and all over the place. They've got that killer instinct. They've got a coach now who knows exactly what it takes to put the foot on the throat of college football. Kirby Smart is killer instinct. He embodies killer instinct. He is everything Coach Boom wished he could have been.
Oh, Boom.
But Coach Boom didn't have the dudes to go out there and win it. Coach Boom had the attitude, but he's got Carson Beck. He's going to be a top 3 quarterback in the country in 2024. Georgia has an elite offensive line. They got a young interior defensive line and a young secondary, but they got some big names coming in. Of course, there's 5 stars littered everywhere. You could throw a rock on that campus and hit a 5-star. Look out for Michael Williams at outside linebacker, Malachi Starks at safety. That is going to be a really, really good football team. And even with 2 players out, potentially 2 players out for week number 1, Georgia is going to dominate Clemson week 1 in Atlanta. They're going to split, in my mind, Alabama and Texas.
Yeah.
I have a feeling they're going to drop one of those. It's possible they win both, but I have a feeling they're going to drop one because they are on the road for both. Alabama doesn't seem to have fallen off a whole lot. Texas is on the rise. I have a feeling one of those is going to get Georgia in the regular season. Any pushback on Georgia being my number 1 most dominant team in college football this year?
No, I think it's the easy answer, and I don't mean that in a mean way. It is the easy answer when you look at the most dominant team because of their talent level. The only thing that does concern me is your point about September 28th and October 19th. Mm-hmm. I would really, really think that having to go on the road at Tuscaloosa and then having to, less than a month after that, go to Austin, both of those are road games. Georgia's stacked, right? Don't get me wrong. However, in my opinion, Alabama's not going anywhere. Kalen DeBoer's still going to have them at the top of the country. And Texas, in my opinion, is the best team in the country. So, with the best quarterback, by the way, we talked about that yesterday. Diesel, if I had a bet right now, I think Georgia got one of those games. Bama or Texas. Those 2 games might be the best 2 games of the entire season, but it's just like when you read that out loud, you're at Alabama, at Texas, in less than a month apart. I look at, when you ask the question about being dominant, I look at the schedule, and that's why I don't know that I would say Georgia will be the most dominant because of those 2 games.
See, I don't see a game on this schedule outside of Alabama and Texas that Georgia is not going to win by 2 touchdowns.
No.
I mean, they're going to stomp Clemson and Tennessee Tech and Kentucky, Auburn, Mississippi State, scrolling on down.
Maybe Ole Miss gives them a game,
Florida,
Diesel.
Ole Miss, but that's Ole Miss at the back half of the season where Ole Miss always fades down the stretch, right? I mean, maybe this Ole Miss team is built differently this year. I don't think Tennessee is going to give them a game, especially not at Sanford down there in Athens. UMass not going to give them a game.
No.
Georgia Tech.
It'd be an at Oxford, or in Oxford, rather. Yeah. I'm just saying maybe. Just maybe.
I see Ole Miss as one of those teams called, like, that's kind of their program identity, is they've got enough dudes to be great through like week number 5
so you're saying
or
they're
6.
A pretender, not
I am saying
contender.
They're a pretender. The weird thing is, Cole, here's a little secret. I do have them on my list. Not in the top 5. Not in the top 5. Again, I have 3 surprises at the end of this top 5 list.
Well, before we move on, can I ask you this about Ole Miss?
Sure.
Could I change your mind at all if I told you that the November 9th game in Oxford was between 1 loss Georgia, maybe a loss to Bama or Texas, and an undefeated Ole Miss? They're going to beat Furman. They're going to beat Middle Tennessee. They're going to beat Wake. They're going to beat Georgia Southern. They're going to beat Kentucky. They're going to beat Carolina. The only question, Diesel, is Oklahoma. They're going to beat Arkansas.
You're trying to tell me that a pissed off Kirby Smart and a pissed off Georgia Bulldog team, assuming they have one loss at that point of the season, because I think we both agree that they're going to drop one of the Alabama or Texas games.
You would think.
You're trying to tell me that Kirby Smart is not going to have that team jacked up and ready to rip off their heads and poo-poo down their necks.
No,
and
he
Vaught
will.
Hemingway.
I just so badly want to believe in Lane Kiffin.
I think ultimately that's the week, and let me pull up Ole Miss's schedule here as well. I think that's the week that we learn Ole Miss are pretenders.
The Georgia game?
The Georgia game. I'm with you saying that
maybe
Ole Miss might not have a game until October 12th against LSU.
That's right.
They got Oklahoma 2 weeks after that coming off a bye.
Yeah.
So I do believe that Ole Miss is going to go into that Georgia game undefeated or one loss. I think they lose one of LSU or Oklahoma. Don't know which one it's going to be. I agree willing to bet that it's going to be
at LSU
because they're on the road the week prior to that at South Carolina. So maybe they're a little tired from all the travel. Of course, they're in an extremely tough environment. They take a week off after that, and they get Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Georgia the 3 next weeks. I think both of these teams come in with one loss, and Georgia has something to prove at that point. I mean, I think they're going to be so pissed off and angry that there's no way Ole Miss is giving Georgia a game. So let's move on to number 2. And again, this is dominant compared to their schedule, not compared to the national landscape, compared to their schedule. Who do we think has a chance to possibly run the table and then look really good while running the table? Give me Ohio State at number 2. Ryan Day, 87% win percentage in his career since 2019. You're telling me that dude is dominance. Now, he hasn't gotten it done against Michigan over the past couple of years, but they get Michigan at home this year, and they get Michigan with a new head coach.
Yeah, that helps a lot. Harbaugh being gone helps a lot.
Chip Kelly is in the booth now calling plays, so that's another brilliant offensive mind. They are killing it with transfer portal additions. 5-star safety Caleb Downs from Alabama, Quinshawn Judkins from Ole Miss. Think about that, Cole. Ohio State is now the program, or a program, not the program, a program that is bringing in SEC transfers. The best of the best who go to the SEC are leaving the SEC and headed to Ohio State. I think that says something. It's not the end-all, be-all, but Ohio State has a relatively soft out-of-conference schedule.
There's 2 games that will give them a hiccup.
Oregon and Penn State. Those are the 2 that I look at.
I say Michigan instead of Penn State.
Really?
I think Penn State.
Michigan at home with a new head coach.
Yeah. I as I've said before, I think Michigan is not. I don't think Michigan's going anywhere. Penn State's always, in my mind, been a pretender, not a contender. Again, if
my only issue there is that Penn State's on the road.
Yeah, and it could be a wide-out game, and I get they get up for 1 game a year, and they're on TV 1 game a year, right? They play good 1 game a year. I'm just looking at their schedule, though. You know, it's hard to disagree. I did push back a little bit on Georgia. It's hard to push back here because Akron, Western Michigan, Marshall.
A lot of directional schools. But then again, Marshall went on the road and beat Notre Dame in South Bend a couple of years ago. I understand we're getting close to the end of this break, so let's push through these a little quicker. I've got number 3, Oregon. Dan Lanning, 22-5 in his first 2 seasons. They're moving into a new conference. They've got Oklahoma's Dylan Gabriel transferring in, calling plays there. Likely the number 1 quarterback in the country this year. Great wide receivers, great running backs. They got a couple of tricky games in the month of November where they'll be at Michigan, at Wisconsin, and at home versus Washington. Washington may or may not have a whole lot for them this year, obviously with their coaching change going on. And then they get Ohio State at home October 12th. If they can get through October against Ohio State and still feel really good about themselves, I think the sky is the limit for this Oregon team.
They're going to be stacked. I've been high on Oregon this offseason. They've done really well in the portal, right? We talked about that a few weeks ago.
Evan Stewart, Tez Johnson.
Them and Ohio State both, back-to-back teams that you brought up, will both be in the top 6, in my opinion, when the season's all said and done. So, yeah, it's really hard to argue Ohio State and Oregon. However, I've still got one that you hadn't got to yet that I'm going to choose.
This one is going to be the one that kind of makes people go, huh? But again, remember, this is dominance against their schedule, not on the national landscape, or maybe kind of a combination of both. I got Missouri as number 4 on my list. They got veterans everywhere. Eli Drinkwitz is a wizard. He pisses everybody off because he's that nerdy dude who never played football, got real good at Madden, yet somehow can coach his ass off. They have the 65th toughest strength of schedule. Cole, I had to scroll down the strength of schedule list twice to find Missouri. I was like, there's no way they're outside of the top 50, but they've got a schedule, Cole, easier than Tulane, Rutgers, Indiana, and Syracuse. Missouri is going to boat race that entire schedule.
Yeah, and that's my team. That's the team I'm going with. When I saw that this was on the rundown, I instantly thought, oh, just a week ago, you and I were looking at this schedule, if that's what you want to call it. And we were talking about them in South Carolina, and I was referencing South Carolina needing to beat Missouri to get over the hump. But when you look at their schedule, I mean, my God, who is going to challenge them? Is, to your point, Murray State, Buffalo, and Boston College, they might win, and Vandy, they might win all of those by 20 or more. A&M and College Station, maybe. Missouri has Alabama, Oklahoma to worry about. And you know what? At the end of the day, they may beat Oklahoma because it's a home game. Alabama is the only game that is one of the more I don't want to say weak, more favorable schedules. Oh, by the way, after you go to College Station, you go to Amherst, Massachusetts for a tough road game in October against UMass. Auburn sucks, right? That's going to be an easy win. This Missouri team right now, when you talk about dominance, they're going to finish the season with 1 loss, at worst 2 losses.
Number 5 on my list, Texas. Only 3 true SEC road games on their schedule this year: Vanderbilt, Arkansas, Texas A&M. I think Texas is going to have a very, very, very good first year in the SEC. Quinn Ewers, this is his year to ascend. They've got a veteran offensive line protecting him. Great transfers coming in. Isaiah Bond from Alabama, Matthew Golden from Houston. Their big issue, Cole, is who exactly is Quinn Ewers going to throw the ball to? They've got to replace Xavier Worthy and A.D. Mitchell, who both went to the NFL. The secondary was not good for Texas in 2023, 113th in the country against the pass. Texas has a lot of work to do in the secondary, but if they can get that figured out, I think teams better just go ahead and plan on an L when you face the Longhorns.
To your point about the SEC schedule, they will win, in my opinion, every game in the SEC other than Georgia. That game could be a coin flip game, as we talked about. I think they beat Georgia. I like their chances against Georgia, but that's a coin flip game. They do play Michigan on September 7th, and it's at Michigan. Again, sometimes in the past 5 seasons, early in the year, Texas hasn't performed well. I could see that as a trap game for Texas, man. I really could. Going to Michigan, September 7th, noon game in Ann Arbor. I'm not saying Michigan wins, but I think that game's going to be a lot closer than people think.
We got a texter here who says, fan Ohio State bought their team. Guess what, texter? Everybody's buying their team. It's NIL, baby. Number 6, Alabama. Enough said. I mean, Kalen DeBoer is elite everywhere he's been. The problem is they've got the 6th toughest strength of schedule. I don't write Alabama off. I don't write Kalen DeBoer off. I don't write Jalen Milroe off, but the 6th toughest schedule in the country. Alabama's going to have a tough year this year. I think they're going to win most of their games, but I don't think they're going to look particularly dominant. I'm talking Alabama circa mid-Nick Saban tenure where he's blowing the doors off of everybody. Number 7, I've got Notre Dame. They got LSU's offensive coordinator, Mike Denbrock, who joined the program. Riley Leonard from Duke is their quarterback. They've got a lot of questions at the offensive tackle spot, both sides of that thing. So can they even protect Riley Leonard, the guy that they just brought in? And they only have 3 true road games at A&M, at Purdue, and at Southern Cal. I think they go 2-1 in those 3 games. And number 8 on my list, I've got Ole Miss. We already talked about them a lot, but is this the year that Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin finally put it together? Jackson Dart is great. They have the potential to jump a rebuilding LSU and Alabama. Maybe there's a little extra motivation there, but I think Ole Miss is going to have a really, really good season until they play Georgia in, what was that, October?
It is let's see, I have it right here. It is November the 9th.
November 9th.
So, again, as I said a minute ago, I don't know why I feel this way, but I really want I really want Lane Kiffin to break out. Like, I know he's already on the scene, so I can't say break out on the scene. I want him to become an elite coach so bad.
Kirby with a title?
I know.
Come on.
But I'm telling you, I like
Lane.
Lane Kiffin. I like Lane Kiffin a lot, and I want him to do it. We talked about it a few days ago. He's never been able to get over that hump. He's always lost a few key games. Jackson Dart, though, in my opinion, if he's going to do it, he better do it with Jackson Dart, because this is a prime opportunity with this schedule. The good news is Ole Miss, Diesel, to put a bow on this, Ole Miss should be a playoff team. You got Georgia, we'll mark that as a loss, right? But other than that, LSU, Oklahoma, You should beat Oklahoma at your own home, at your own stadium. In their first year in the SEC, you should beat Oklahoma if you're Ole Miss, right?
Yeah, that's embarrassing to let Oklahoma come in and beat you.
That'd be bad, man. I'm not saying, listen, if Brent Venables goes in and beats Lane Kiffin first year in the SEC, that's a bad, bad loss for Lane. And I like Lane Kiffin, but you can't let that happen, not in the first season. So I hope I'm wrong, but Lane's just, for whatever reason, just hasn't been able to get it done. All right, we're going to stay on the college football front. Yesterday, we talked about Dabo in the hot seat. Today, we're going to take it a little bit different of an angle. What's the minimum it would take? What would have to happen in order to put Shane Beamer, where Dabo is now, at a 0 on the hot seat scale? Get your thoughts in while the break is going on. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Phone lines will be open in the next segment as well. 844-FAN-PHONE. Madcraft on the stream. What stream? Oh, it's the stream that had 600 plus views yesterday at one point. No, not views total. I mean, viewers on the stream at one time yesterday. We're live on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Madcraft kicks us off for this topic and says he's got to make a bowl game, parentheses, not happening, and he has to beat some teams he's not supposed to beat, in parentheses, Alabama, Missouri, Ole Miss. What is Madcraft talking about if you just tuned in to Wire? Well, this segment, we are flipping the script from yesterday to Diesel. What's the minimum? What would it take for Shane Beamer to be where Dabo Swinney is now and have a 0 on the hot seat scale? This is a tough one because it would take a lot, right?
Yeah, it certainly would. Certainly would. I mean, there's a lot of Gamecock fans out there who will say, what are you talking about? Shane Beamer's not on the hot seat. Y'all are lying, first of all. The seat is definitely warm. Hot seat, no. But ask me that question again come December, there's a very good chance that Shane Beamer is on the hot seat. If South Carolina misses a bowl game this year, which is not an impossibility,
no.
Shane Beamer's seat is so hot he can't touch it with the back of his hand.
And again, just like we talked about yesterday as we were live at Ingles, Diesel, this is not what you and I are saying is going to happen.
Correct.
This is what we think would have to happen in order for old Beamer to not be on the hot seat. So, as I said to Diesel, in my opinion, this is a tall task. This is a tall cup of tea, right? For Diesel, unsweetened tea. For me, sweet tea. I just think that when you look at the schedule, and I do agree a little bit with what Madcraft said there are locks. However, as we've discussed, there's only 4 of them. Old Dominion, Akron, Vandy, and Wofford are the 4 locks, right? Those are the games that South Carolina, without a doubt, has to win. Those are the games that he has no excuses not to win. So there's 4 wins on the schedule. I agree with what we said yesterday when talking about Dabo, that the expectations matter. But I believe, Diesel, that Shane Beamer doesn't have to upset an Alabama in order to get back to 0 on the hot seat scale. I don't think that's a necessity. It would definitely help. I just think that winning consistently, beating teams like A&M, beating teams like Kentucky, maybe even an LSU, which is at home, by the way, I think that's what starts getting him back to 0.
Yeah, that's when you really have to start building some feel goods and call back in, would you? We were in the middle of a segment there and didn't have a chance to get to you on the phone line. But this is the year that Shane Beamer's got to get them back to feeling good. Fans have to have some optimism, big time optimism going into the 2024 season. You said it. There are those 4 basically unlosable games. Old Dominion, Akron, Vanderbilt, and Wofford. You go 4-0 in those games and you look good in those 4 games, that goes a long way. I think that right there gets you 70% of the way. And then you go out there and you beat one of these teams, especially the home games, like you just said. LSU at home. There's Ole Miss at home. There's Missouri at home and Clemson on the road. You win 2 of those, man, that fan base is really crowing loud all over again.
Here's the deal. I think the LSU game on September 14th, that is the 3rd game for South Carolina. I think that is more of a winnable game than people realize. At noon, I'm not saying it is the game that South Carolina has to win. I'm not saying it's 100% winnable game. But I am saying the LSU game for South Carolina is more winnable than maybe Clemson fans or the majority want to give them credit for. LSU is not the LSU of old from a few years ago. I wouldn't necessarily say they're in rebuilding mode, but if you're going to get LSU, this would be a great year to do so.
That would be a great season to do so, right? As they lost their offensive coordinator. We talked about it in the last segment. Their offensive coordinator is now up at I had it there for a minute. I lost it. I forget where exactly he went off to, the OC. Mike Denbrock. He's now at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
You're right. This is the year to get LSU. If you're going to do it, get it.
Because, they're not going to be down long, right? I mean, LSU is going to be back. That's who they are. However, I just look at this schedule when you talk about what will it take for Beamer to get to 0. Listen, 0, in my opinion, and this might be a hot take, but 0 to kind of answer the question is not realistic. It's not a possibility, in my opinion, Diesel. I don't think Shane Beamer can get to a 0 because the reality of it is you play in the SEC, right?
Right. Really, nobody is ever a 0
and
in
that's
the
right.
SEC.
Listen, but getting down to 1 or 2 would be great, right? I would say right now, and I want to hear your thoughts, if you had to say right now on a scale of 1 to 10, 0 to 10, 0 being cold, 10 being hot as you know what,
yeah.
Where, in your opinion, is Beamer right now? I say he's at a – let's do it together on the count of 3. Ready?
0 is cold and 10 is hot?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh,
Jeez.
Look at that. Great minds think alike.
Yeah, I think at the end of the season, in all likelihood, Shane Beamer's going to be at about a 6.
See, I almost went 5. I almost went 5.
I think he's going to be at a 6 by the end of the season, given the expectations, given what they face, which is an extremely tough schedule. They're going to be at a 6 by the end of the season, and it's possible he's at a 7. I mean, I don't think you fire somebody until you get up around an 8 or a 9, and he's not there, and he won't be there at the end of the season, but he could very well be there by the middle of next season.
Well, if you're at a 5,
yeah,
that means there's a 50-50 possibility you don't have a job next year, right?
Oh.
Because if you're at a 5, even though it's not a 10, I think 10's obviously out the door, but I think Mark Kingston this past year was around 5 or 6 for a long time, a couple of wins against Tennessee, and then all of a sudden that skyrocketed from a 5 to like an 8, 9. Tanner pulled the plug on Kingston. I think it can move very fast. I just don't know this year, if it were to move to a 10, something would have to go drastically wrong, right? At the end of the day, though, the easy answer to all of this, Diesel, the easy answer to this question is on November the 30th, you walk out of Death Valley with a win. And hot seat. What is a hot seat? The reality of it is they can win 4, 5 games in the regular season. And as long as they beat Clemson this year, a lot of fans would say.
Do our Gamecock listeners believe that? If you win 5 games, and 4 of those are the ones that we call gimmies, Old Dominion, Akron, Vanderbilt, and Wofford.
And then I'm saying Clemson would be
at Clemson.
Well, I'm saying you'd have 5 already and Clemson would need to be that 6th. Because the reality of it, let's go through it.
What if you don't get an SEC win? But your big win is on the road at Clemson.
Depends what Clemson
Where
did,
do Gamecock
right?
fans find themselves at that point?
It's a great question. I side on you've got to win an SEC game because that means you lost to Vandy. And you can't lose to Vandy, right?
I misspoke there.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you want to say low of lows, if you were to have 5 wins, let's say your 5 wins are Old Dominion, Kentucky, Akron, Vandy, and Wofford. Those are your 5 wins. And in my opinion, that will be, once again, this year, South Carolina going to Clemson looking for the 6th, just like they did last year, right? If they have 5 going to Clemson with 1 SEC win and they beat Clemson, is he safe?
God, maybe it's time for South Carolina to think about changing conferences because they're essentially in a hopeless position.
They always have been.
And year out, a hopeless position. Whew, that's tough, man.
It's a tough question to answer because the
Independence is looking real good this time of year, isn't it? You can set up whatever cupcake schedule you want to.
It's true, though. I don't think winning 1 SEC game is what the majority of South Carolina, even if they were to beat Clemson and have 6 wins, there would be some Gamecock fans say, look, we beat Clemson. That's all that matters. However, at the end of the day, winning one SEC game is not why Shane Beamer was hired at South Carolina.
Texter asked the question, what is the projection for LSU? And if they lose to South Carolina, how hot is Brian Kelly's seat? Well, that individual loss by itself, Texter, is not really warming up Brian Kelly's seat unless the rest of the season has gone real bad for LSU. So since you asked the question, let's do this, Cole. Let's look at their schedule. Let's go win-loss on their schedule. Week 1 in Las Vegas playing USC. Win.
USC Trojans?
This is USC Trojans. Week 1, LSU playing USC.
I go
loss. Yeah. You're that high on USC this year? No way.
Yeah, I think they lose.
No way.
At USC?
Hey, no way. USC sucks.
In Las Vegas?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm a big fan of Lincoln Riley. I think USC can win that game. Now, this is the first time I've thought about it. I'm being completely transparent. This is the first time. I would still lean Southern Cal by a few points.
Okay. They play. I've got that one as a win. You've got it as a loss. We'll keep track of our own wins, losses. Okay. The Nichols Colonels.
Who?
The Nichols Colonels.
Nichols?
Yeah. Win.
Never. God, yeah.
At South Carolina. Win.
It's a win, but I think it's going to be a close game.
UCLA at home. Win.
I'd say win.
South Alabama. Win.
Win.
Bye week. Ole Miss coming to town.
Ole Miss?
Ole Miss.
I go loss.
Loss. I'll agree with you on that.
You go loss as well? So
yeah, I don't see them go starting the season 6-0.
Yeah, I'm at 2 losses. You're at 1.
At Arkansas. Win. So that's 6 for me. At Texas A&M. Win.
Ooh, I'm not really high on LSU, but I'll go win.
Alabama. Loss.
Yeah, that's 3 losses for me.
At Florida. Win. Vanderbilt. Win. Oklahoma.
Yeah.
At home.
I say loss there.
At home, I'm going to say they win that game. So I got them going 10-2. That may be a little bit generous. So
see, I have them 4 losses.
10-2. I wouldn't be shocked if they went 9-3.
However, I will say this, and then we got to run. I know we got a break. We got to hit. To the texter's point, will that make Brian Kelly's seat hot? I don't think it'll make Brian Kelly's seat hot if they lose to South Carolina. However, I don't think it's a good look for Brian Kelly, because Brian Kelly, when you look at Brian Kelly versus...
But he's part of the family.
When you look at him versus Beamer, though, everybody would think, yeah, year in and year out, Kelly should have a better team, right? He does have a good reputation of being able to put good football teams on the field. A little bit better of a reputation than Beamer. It's a hard question to answer, though.
You told those who have turned it on and left it on for the first 40 minutes of the show, keep it going, because when we come back, what player's retirement... And this is aimed directly at you, Cole. What player's retirement bummed you out the most? Because there's a big fat bummer coming to Cole Bryson in the next 24 months or so.
God,
that's coming up next here on the Fan Upstate. I get the feeling that we're going to need some mental health counseling, perhaps a mop to pick up all the tears that are on the floor of the Fan Upstate Studios the day that LeBron James announces his retirement, because Cole Bryson is going to cry and blubber like a little girl.
You might be right, but we'll
I
see.
expect you to take a week off, Cole, when LeBron James retires.
Just
I'm not
all of a
sure
sudden
that you
go
can handle it.
MIA.
Yeah.
Hendricks is like, have y'all heard from Cole lately?
Yeah, we'll do a wellness check up there in Boiling Springs. Let's call the police, check on Cole, make sure he's okay. But no, Cole, it sucks when one of your favorite all-time players retires. Some of them retire way too early. Some of them retire way too late. And then you're kind of like, it's time. It's time. Like you're kind of damaging your legacy here by every year additional that you play. So I want to ask you, the Tolos, at 71307, start your text with keyword fan and get into the comment section on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube on the live video stream. What player retiring bummed you out the most? And if that player that you're thinking of isn't retired yet, well, who's that going to be at some point? Are you going to break down in tears when Victor Wembanyama hangs up the shoes for the last time?
Nobody around here, at least.
Yeah, there's a bunch of players that have captured, especially in the upstate, have captured the hearts of the fans, and it sucks when those guys retire. And I appreciate Tyler on the stream, Tyler jumping right in and throwing one of my very first selections name out there. Tyler. Chipper Jones. When Chipper Jones retired, that crushed a lot of Atlanta Braves fans.
It did. That's a great one, and I believe that's the list. It's time to move on. I mean, that next segment. Yeah. There is no other. There's nobody else that can top that.
There's more.
No way.
There's more.
I mean, top Chipper.
Yeah. I mean, think about the fact that he didn't retire. He just got traded to another team, and he went to another team. But think when Matt Olson left the Braves, how bummed. You guys.
You mean Freeman?
Freeman, yeah, excuse me, Freddie Freeman.
Yeah.
You guys gave Freddie Freeman a standing O when he came back to Atlanta, which was lame as hell.
It was. I hated it. I hate that crap.
I hated it too. He chose to leave you.
That's right.
He chose to leave you. There's a few though. I know that Chipper Jones bummed a lot of people out, but how about Luke Kuechly? When Luke Kuechly decided to hang it up, he was 29 years old.
Was he only
7-time
29?
Pro Bowler. Yeah. 7-time Pro Bowler. He got his bell rocked a lot. His statement of I still want to play, but I don't think it's the right decision. That's one of those reasons why I say things like, and this is one of my first takes when we started the show, was that Patrick Mahomes should go ahead and hang it up. I mean, he's not gonna, but I mean, maybe it's more appropriate to say Tua should go ahead and hang it up.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I mean, that dude has gotten his bell rung a number of times, and you don't want your eggs scrambled for the rest of your life.
I tell you what, and by the way, I'm going to get to Madcraft and Wesley on the stream. I don't know that around here, around the Carolinas where we are, I don't know that there's anybody that's retired in this area that's really given us as the Carolinas other than Chipper. I'm talking about just North Carolina, South Carolina. I'm not counting the Braves.
Luke didn't do it for you?
Well, I'm not a Panthers fan, so obviously that I don't know. That's a good question though. For Panthers fan, did Luke retiring break your heart?
I mean, nobody cried when Cam Newton retired. Which time?
They should have, right? Yeah.
Which time is the question?
Yeah, it's tough. Texter says Barry Sanders.
Good one.
Another texter says Bo Jackson.
Yeah, Bo Jackson's on my list. Bo Jackson was one of those guys that's just. I mean, he didn't get his real shot to have that elite all-time career because of that injury that he suffered. I don't know if you've looked into it much, Cole, or watched documentaries about it. I mean, it was
Bo knows.
Yeah, it was awful the way Bo got hurt. And then he came back and played baseball for 2 more seasons after that happened.
Yeah,
but he just wasn't the same, and that was a shame to watch Bo Jackson go down the way that he did. Wesley Roberts throws out Andrew Luck.
Good one.
I never really understood all the Andrew Luck conversation. I mean, he was great at Stanford, and then he got into the NFL, and he never really showed us that greatness. I mean, I understand that he got hurt again and again and again, But I mean, at some point you have to show it. Otherwise, you're going to go down as a generationally hyped guy. And I'm not saying that he couldn't have been great. Also, he was on a terrible team. So he never really got that chance. And so maybe I'm just being mean to old Andy.
You're being mean. Madcraft says Frank Gore. Frank was sad because he had such a long and successful career. It was hard to watch the end.
Did anybody cry when Rob Gronkowski retired?
I don't know.
He was as elite as elite gets.
I know.
He was a goofy dude. He was the epitome of fun and a firecracker out there on the field. But did anybody cry when he retired?
Corn Chip, who, by the way, we saw yesterday, appreciate you coming out the English yesterday, says, I think Bobby Cox hurt worse than Chipper.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, I get it. Bobby was a staple. He's like the varsity right there in downtown Atlanta.
They were like a package duo, kind of.
Texter says, I will jump for joy when LeBron James retires, a.k.a. flopped him as prime. But when Dan Marino retired, that got me.
Texter 504, you do not appreciate good basketball, do you? You don't appreciate good basketball. One texter from the 363 says Yadier Molina because he's a Cardinals fan. Texter says Calvin Johnson.
Sucked to see him go because the Lions would never trade him.
It's true.
He had to play his entire career on a garbage team.
You can continue to get your thoughts in on that player or coach that just got you in the heart. Tough day for you when they retired.
Man, this texter is coming after you.
Oh,
God, the LeBron hater? Excuse me, it's a different. Oh, there's another one. There's another LeBron
imagine
hater.
that.
Somebody texter says, Le Flop the racist, Le Flop the coach killer, and franchise destroyer. A reputation as a backstabber amongst his peers. Le Flop the compiler is the GOAT.
Yeah, that's a dumb text.
Of attention whores. He's arguably a top 10 basketball player of all time.
Arguably. All right, texter. That's the dumbest text we've gotten ever. We got to go to break. There's probably a parent out there in the upstate, whether they're in Spartanburg or Greenville or in Anderson, somewhere listening that I'm going to make upset. And I don't have the intention of making listeners upset. However, this is where we are, Diesel.
To quote the Emperor in Star Wars, do it.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Emperor's New Groove.
Didn't see that
movie.
one.
Oh, come on. Come on. All right. This is why I say I may ruffle some feathers here. This is exactly what this world has come to in high school athletics and college athletics. And we have a prime example. We have a perfect example, rather, of the modern day athlete. It is DJ Uiagalelei, the new Florida State quarterback. What do I mean? What is Cole talking about, Diesel? Well, I'll tell you this. DJU is the epitome of the modern day athlete. You look at the high school football scene across the country, right? You look at what is going on with transfers and people packing up, moving their kids here and there because they didn't like this or they didn't like that. DJU started where? Right here in the upstate, in Clemson. Got his feelings hurt, got his ball, and went to where? Oklahoma. Oklahoma State's where he played. Well, had another year of eligibility. You may say, Cole, well, will you blame the guy for going to look for a better job? No, I don't blame him for looking for a better job, but where is he now? He is now at Florida State. Diesel, you may disagree with me, but I think DJU is the epitome of what the modern day athlete is in 2024.
Well, certainly. He's a prime example of a guy that came out of school with a lot of hype, big size, a lot of talent coming out of high school in California. Dabo loved him, had the potential to be really good, and then just didn't quite live up to expectations, especially in this world, Cole, where you're expected to be great your first year as a starter. You're not really given a whole lot of time. Like, you get 1 year to be good, and if you're not good, peace out. We got another guy right behind you. And that's also always kind of been a truth of high-level programs that always are recruiting 4- and 5-star guys, especially at the quarterback position, year in and year out. If you're not the best, you're going to get replaced. True. And I'm not shocked that DJ left Clemson to go to Oregon State. What I am shocked, especially if it hadn't been for the Pac-12 dissolving, which I think DJ saw that writing on the wall and said, I got to get out of here because this place is falling apart. I don't want to be playing an independent or a West Coast Conference schedule. I know they're not in the West Coast Conference in football, but you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be a part of that. I got to look for another opportunity. And it just so happened to land at Florida State right here in Clemson's backyard almost. I mean, it's a fascinating and compelling story.
I said Oklahoma State. I misspoke. Oregon State. I apologize. It was O State. So thank you, texter, both two texters that corrected me there. The Oregon State Beavers, is that right?
Correct.
The Beavers, terrible mascot, by the way. The Beavers, DJ became a Beaver, not Oklahoma State, as we talked about their head coach yesterday. Oregon State. Again, thank you for correcting me there. It is a prima donna culture, the society. I see a lot of it, Diesel, because I cover high school football in this state very closely, and holy cow. If I told you some of the stories that have happened over the past few years, kids transferring from this high school to this high school, back to this high school, now 3 high schools within 1 year, would you say, oh, that's a legitimate move. That's a good problem. You know, we want these kids to have better opportunities. Why would you blame someone for going and taking a better job somewhere? Well, there's nothing wrong with taking a better job. However, the culture's created at a young age, and when they see it in high school, they get used to it. Transfer portal allows it. I'm not Rob Brown. We talked about this a few months ago. I'm not blaming them for transferring using the portal. I'm not saying they're wrong for it. I'm saying the culture we've created has allowed it. The rules allow it. And now it's going from high school to college. If you don't get your way, there's no need to panic. Your dad will just take you somewhere else. And then in a few more weeks, he'll take you somewhere else. And guess what? In college, you can do the exact same thing. I'm not saying the C word because the promo that ran about the C word ruffled some feathers. But DJU, in my opinion, is just showing the world. He's showing the country. You can go where you want. It doesn't matter if you commit. Okay, I used the C word. It doesn't matter if you commit here or commit there. You do what you want and do what makes you happy. Anything wrong with that in your opinion, Diesel?
Well, I mean, what happened to the ideals of hard work? What happened to the ideals of, you take a step back because you had a bad year or you didn't show up the right way when you had your opportunity, waiting in the wings for your next chance. I mean, I understand these guys are on a limited timetable, right? It should be on a 4-year timetable. I know COVID kind of changed some things. We got guys who are playing in college football well into their 30s these days where you've had lots of chances. But all these guys, they all have aspirations of getting to the NFL. DJU Uyunglele has probably been told since he was 12 years old, you're going to be an NFL quarterback one day. And he's bought into it. He's believed it. So, I mean, when you only have 4-5 years to show what you've got to make it to the next level, I understand why you feel like you have to make these jumps, right? The crazy thing is, if DJ had stuck around last year, I think he might have been reinstalled as the starter, right? I don't think it's far-fetched to say. Like, Cade came in and showed out exactly what he needed to show, exactly when he needed to show it, which is not different from what DJ did the year prior when he showed out against Notre Dame in that primetime game, right?
Yeah.
So he is a victim essentially of the same thing that he achieved. He showed that massive upside in his limited opportunity when he had the chance. But I think he probably could have taken that job back from Cade.
So here's the deal. I do agree with you in the sense of a player having hopes and dreams, aspirations to play in the NFL. Nothing wrong with that, right? You never fault someone for wanting to make it to the highest level in their profession. No issues there. However, Texter from the 504 brings up a point that I wanted to bring to the table. Texter, you must have been reading my mind. Texter says, still should lose a year if you transfer. I'm not saying transferring is illegal and should have repercussions, but I do side with the Texter. I do think you should still lose a year. I think that we have created a culture of not valuing number one, commitment, but not valuing allowing yourself to work hard and go win the job, because you said it, you want to be in the NFL, so you have to go to whatever school you think can help you get there. Well, whatever happened to the old saying of just work harder and be better than the guy in front of you, right? Because in the reality of it, if we put on DJU's resume, Diesel, when he goes to the NFL and hands him the resume, if NFL GMs are reading it and player personnel, director, if they read the resume of DJU and see got beat out because there was a guy coming in by the name of Cade Klubnik or wasn't good enough to start at Clemson, like, that's where we are. You're not good enough to start at Clemson. And again, I'm not saying that's a diss on Clemson. Clemson's a very tough school to go play quarterback at, right? I'd argue one of the top 15, 20 in the country. However, you were the guy. Remember, Dabo said, that's where you're going to be throwing touchdowns, DJ, right, in the airplane. He was supposed to be the guy. My whole thing is, if you're the guy, go prove it, go beat out who's in front of you, and earn it. That's my whole thing, Diesel. Earn it.
Yeah, the guy who's got what I'm looking for if I'm a head coach doesn't just take his ball and go somewhere else the first chance or the first time he doesn't get his way. We got Wesley on the stream who says DJ's dad wants him to succeed more than he does. That's probably true. That's probably true. I mean, we had him on the show a year or two ago, and he talked about DJ kind of being afraid to get hit.
His
When
dad
he was a younger guy, he definitely raised some questions about DJ's mental toughness. And I think DJ proved it by leaving after Cade had one good game at Clemson.
Y'all had his dad on. His dad
Yeah.
said that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? That's fascinating. I mean, I kind of agree with Wesley. Like, if you followed his dad, if you followed anything that his dad posted, yeah. I mean, he was going to be DJ Brady, right? That's who he was going to be. And you know what? Maybe he is. Maybe he still has a career in the NFL. And that's a question we can get to here in a second. T-Swizzle says, DJU, way overrated. His footwork is like a child's, too slow, and you can't throw a slant the same you throw a fade. After being at Florida State, this may change our mind. If DJU Diesel this year has a good season, in your opinion, and I want to hear from the Tolos as well, 71307, start your text with the word fan, is DJU an NFL quarterback?
No. I mean, at best, he's a 4th round grade pick. At best, maybe 3rd, but that's pushing it. I mean, I see DJ honestly as a CFL quarterback. If he wants to play pro ball, he's going to be playing it in Canada.
I don't disagree with you there. I would love to say that maybe I could be wrong and one day he does make it in the NFL, but I have a hard time convincing myself that he's an NFL quarterback.
I mean, scheme certainly matters. Obviously, he changed himself in his 1 year at Oregon State. Maybe it took the right coach with the right terminology and putting him in the right situation. He was a square peg in a round hole at Clemson, possibly.
Could be.
But then again, Cole, I mean, we know that a lot of these players, they don't necessarily have hiring and firing power, but these coaches talk to them. Hey, what are you comfortable with? What do you like? What do you like about the scheme? What don't you like about the scheme? It's not like they put DJ out there and said, hey, you're going to do what you're told. Run the plays that we tell you to play, even though you don't fit in this scheme. We're going to have you throw it. We're going to intentionally make you throw throws that you can't make. That doesn't happen because these guys want to win. So, a change of little things, this and that, might have really affected DJ while he was still at Clemson.
Pro Football Network does have a draft projection on DJ. They write, heading into the 2025 draft cycle, Uiagalelei grades out as a mid to late day 3 prospect. As you said, that said, he has the elite physical profile to potentially rise into the early round range with a good 2024 season at FSU and could be a first round wild card.
When you're a quarterback, I understand why you feel like you have to show out at a good school a big school, because very rarely, Cole, and I'm just making this up off the top of my head, very rarely is a Marshall quarterback going to go be a starter in the NFL. It does happen, right? It does happen.
You're right. It's not.
The stories there are rare. It's the Brock Purdy. It's the
correct.
Blanking on his name, the guy that came out of North Dakota State and flopped in the NFL. I mean, those stories are rare, but
Carson Wentz?
No, not Carson
Wentz.
Wentz.
Carson Wentz.
Anyway, there's all it takes is one great season. I mean, if DJ goes down there and balls out, wins the ACC at Florida State, looks good against Clemson, looks good against the whole schedule, that dude can raise himself from a low 3rd round guy to a 1st round guy in 1 year. That's all it takes is showing it at the right place. And if DJ stayed at Oregon State, or if DJ was at Ball State, for example, they're always going to say, well, he couldn't hack it at the big school. He showed out at the smaller school, but he couldn't hack it at the big school. And that will be the narrative that surrounds him.
Couple of messages on the stream that I want to get to. Madcraft asked, do we expect DJ to produce like Jordan Travis? Let's be real here. And T-Swizzle responds, and I kind of agree. He says, heck no, I see Florida State more of a running team this year. Wouldn't be surprised if they changed their scheme. Brandon's on the stream says Florida State should have made the playoffs last year, and they will make a deep run with DJ this year. I'm torn on this, and that's why I have hesitation here. Oh, I'm sorry. Trey Lance was
Thank you.
Wesley and the texter. They got you there. Trey
Appreciate
Lance.
You.
By the way, now with my Cowboys, I really struggle with this. Do I think DJ will do good things at Florida State? Sure. Is he going to be Jordan Travis to answer Madcraft's question? No. I think Jordan Travis was the best there was last year. I mean, he was phenomenal for Florida State last year. So you can't realistically say that DJ can be anywhere close to what Jordan Travis was. Can he still be good? Sure. Can he be Jordan Travis? Not in my opinion. So at the end of the day, Diesel, I like the chances of Florida State making a deep run, to Brandon's point. But at some point in the postseason, if they're there, DJ is going to have to make a play or two or three to get them over the hump, right? And that's where I don't have the confidence.
When we come back, Cole, we're going to change gears and talk a little NASCAR. I know this is a Thursday, and y'all are like, huh? What? Shane Connuck is joining us a day early. Shane Connuck from the Charlotte Observer. We'll talk about the Chicago street race from this past weekend. And, of course, Pocono coming up next weekend. That's coming up next here on the Fan Upstates. We appreciate our guest being flexible, working with us, moving from his usual Friday slot to Thursday. Shane Connuck from the Charlotte Observer covers NASCAR, joins us here on Wire to Wire a day early. Shane, the big question is Chicago-style pizza actually pizza, or is it more like an Italian casserole?
You see, I was born in New York City. I was born in Manhattan. So I did go to Chicago once, and I did enjoy their style of deep dish pizza, but that's not pizza. We all know what pizza is, and it's usually a triangle slice.
Thank you.
It's got to be wide and flat. You got to fold it over. That's how you eat a pizza.
I'm glad we all agree on something. We all agree. Shane, you know that I was not very impressed with what I saw last week. You know, I've had people tell me, well, you got to go there. You got to get new eyes on the sport. And, you know, I want to hear your thoughts on what you thought of the Chicago race last weekend, the street course, if you will. It just didn't move the meter for me.
We spent all day on Friday on a sunny day, and cars were kind of there, getting there. Saturday, sunny, beautiful day. We have some cars there. We have an Xfinity race. We have qualifying. And then on Sunday, a beautiful day on the day of the Cup race. Are we going to have a night race? No, we can't. We don't have lights. Are we going to have a race really early in the day, usual time? No. We have to have concerts all day. So then eventually we run this race, start it right as the rain comes, and then do everything we can to squeeze in a shortened race in which Alex Bowman won, deserving winner, but we're prioritizing the other events. We're prioritizing bringing people to Chicago, not necessarily for the racing itself.
Yeah, Shane, doing a race there at all feels like a marketing attempt. And we've talked about that a lot when we bring you on the show. I wonder, what is NASCAR doing during the week? I'm not talking about qualifying. I'm not talking about testing. I'm not talking about drivers doing their own podcasts. Is NASCAR doing anything to market itself during the week? Because it feels like ultimately NASCAR is a 1 out of 7 day news cycle, and then it's gone, right? We're not talking about it again for another week, at least staying within the same series. Are they doing anything to put their drivers' faces out there to people all over social media, all over ESPN, where you need to be if you want new people to pay attention to your sport?
They are, but it feels like everything is just ultimately an attempt to, okay, we're NASCAR. These are a couple guys. This is what it is, and we're here. And it's not as much of that real making people feel connected to a particular driver or make people feel like they could be a fan of the sport. It's more like, hey, the sport exists. We're going to come here for a weekend and it's happening, and you know it's happening. But Bubba Wallace had a big block party event in Chicago that they hyped up a lot, and a lot of fans seem to go out to. It seems like you do have a lot of people in Chicago who live, work there. NASCAR fans travel there, but also just that there was that excitement for a different event than usual. And it does bring more people toward NASCAR. The reality is that if you really want to bring in more, it's one of those things I feel like NASCAR at this point has to do, getting into a market like Chicago. If it has to be in this way with a street race like this, it has to be. But that overall, NASCAR needs to try and get into these markets by really marketing the sport itself and really, in addition to bringing in new fans, really making sure that a lot of your actual fans aren't going to just be excited that they watched a race where the guy who happened to be leading in the middle of a shortened final stage won.
Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer joining us on Wire to Wire right here on the Fan Upstate. Shane, it was fascinating. The race lasted so long they had to put a timer on the race, and the race ended on a timer this past Sunday. But, man, Alex Bowman, who did win, he needed that one, didn't he?
He sure did, and that race did end on a timer. People talk about that, but that was the epitome of sometimes you just don't know what NASCAR is going to decide to do, and sometimes it's, all right, we'll just throw a timer in here now. But Alex Bowman had a streak where I think it was about 8 or 9 straight top 10 finishes. The Hendrick Motorsports driver has been a strong driver this whole year. You look at a guy like Chase Elliott. We talked about this a bit last week. Chase Elliott is second in the points. He's one of the top drivers this year. He has won this year, but still, he has one singular win. Other drivers might eventually get that win, like even a Tyler Reddick, and you look at them like, oh, obviously he's the top driver in every sense. And so the fact that you get certain, again, a guy like Alex Bowman now has one win this year. He'll be in the playoffs. But again, does that really change much about Alex Bowman? He had already been one of the top drivers in the series this year. But still, you need a win to make it to the playoffs. And the Chicago street race and everything that happened allowed the 48 car to get that win.
Shane, forgive my ignorance here. What happens now that this street race in Chicago has happened multiple times? I don't know if the plan is to keep it going. But what happens with Chicagoland Speedway just outside of Chicago? Are they essentially eliminating that track, or is it something that's just going to cycle in every couple of years?
Yeah, so everything that it seems like is that they want to continue the Chicago street race for at least into next year. Chicagoland Speedway, though, gets a lot of talk from a lot of the race fans because, why, if you're thinking about going to Chicago, going to that area, people are race fans, they remember the Chicagoland Speedway. And so because of that, why would you necessarily have to do a street course? And again, that talk comes up a lot. So I think that NASCAR could end up deciding to, I think, first of all, it's going to go back to the street course at least next year. But beyond that, hopefully NASCAR can find a way to get into other markets, not just Chicago, and then revive the Chicagoland Speedway. And I think that would be the perfect way to bring some of those new fans from Chicago alongside a lot of the traditional race fans who remember going there.
Shane, I want to pull up a screenshot that I have of the average viewership. Our morning show, Rob Brown, he was talking about the viewership of NASCAR this morning. And from 2015, where it was an average of 5.1 million viewers per race, to 2023, where it dropped to 2.86. I'm not going to ask you to put a finger on why there was a significant drop from 2015 to 2023, but what I do want to ask you about is 23 to 24, 2.86 million in 23 to 3.85, a significant jump from last year. What does Shane Connuck think the reason is for that?
Just more promotion, more exposure. NASCAR has really been, just if nothing else, just getting its brand out there as much as it can, and just simply its brand. And with something like Chicago, that has really allowed it to hone in on an entire, not just that market, but also just nationally being able to be like, hey, we are an American sport that's always existed where we race cars as fast as they could go, and we have road course races, and we're just going to take our cars to the middle of a downtown street. All of that, the more and more that just gets talked about, the more and more that's going to lead to slight increases in viewership. And now we're getting to a point when NASCAR is getting to have as many of its longtime fans at least somewhat interested, and then bringing in those new viewers alongside of them.
Shane Connuck from the Charlotte Observer joins us here on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. NASCAR is headed towards electrification, for better or worse, Shane. They unveiled the new ABB NASCAR EV prototype at Chicago. NASCAR officials have said they really want to push to be out ahead of this technological shift. We know that the public has extremely mixed feelings about EVs. So what's NASCAR's plan A to combat that sort of negative opinion around EVs, and how do we see this thing roll out? I mean, it seems unfair to have both electric and gas-powered vehicles on the same track at the same time, but it may be a great way to sort of prove a point in a Rocky Balboa versus Thunder Lips match, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the way NASCAR is doing it, we don't really know exactly what their plans will be in terms of having an electric vehicle series at some point down the road, but everything it seems like is that those are the plans. NASCAR, for a long time, before they rolled out that ABB vehicle in Chicago, NASCAR has been privately promoting the electric vehicle for a while. That, like you said, the innovation, how cars are starting to evolve, but it's interesting because of how it becomes known that if you're at a race, you hear the engines fire and you hear all of that. And a big thing with these electric vehicles is that they don't sound nearly as loud as typical cars do. And so there are a lot of unknowns there, but it does feel like NASCAR, everything it does is trying to be innovative. And it knows that that is the future of how cars are going to be, and that being the premier series of stock car racing, that's how it's going to have to evolve. So it's been working on developing that car for a long time. It was actually going to bring that car out on the track at the Busch Light Clash, I believe, this year, earlier in March or February, but it was not able to for some reason. So it was finally able to unveil the car so we could see it, but a lot more to go, probably potentially years and years until we even think about having an electric series. But NASCAR developed the vehicle, and it's going to figure out a way to innovate the sport eventually.
Yeah, that's great. Have the electric car ready for when you go to these big cities. That way, when they ban fuel, you'll have your electric series to go to. I think that's a fantastic idea to grow the sport of NASCAR. Shane, when you look at Pocono this weekend, the Great American Getaway 400 presented by Vista PA. I feel like we're kind of getting to some college bowl games with the links of these names. But, we're getting to the point now where August will be here before you know it. And then the playoffs, the round of 16 starts 8th of September. Not a lot of racing left. I want to know from you, is there a guy like a Chris Buescher or someone else that you think, now that we're only getting, looking at the schedule, 3, 4, 5, 6 more regular season races, the pressure starting to mount for Buescher, in my opinion, but who else comes to mind for you?
Buescher, absolutely. And we talked about this throughout the year, but after Darlington, Buescher knew it wasn't just Darlington, but there were so many chances already this year when he easily could have gotten the 17 to victory lane, didn't. The whole deal with Tyler Reddick slamming him into the wall at the end of that race that Brad Keselowski won at Darlington, his teammate, Chris Buescher, it's getting to that. It already has been at that point where he just needs that one win. And now it's starting to get to the point that he might end up missing the playoffs very well. But if there's somebody this week who I think this matters just even more for, it is Bubba Wallace. Bubba this year has had strong runs throughout the year, has put together top 5, top 10 finishers, but just has not been able to get to victory lane. I don't think it's had a P2, P3 yet. Just for a driver who is not somebody who didn't win a race last year, but made the playoffs for the first time in his career, it really is getting to the point when Bubba's going to need a chance to get that one win. And with those 2311 Toyota Camrys, they're fast almost everywhere they go. And it feels like there's a shot, not just with Tyler Reddick, it's just having that one win. And so I think for guys like Bubba, guys like Buescher, then you even look into the Chase Briscoes of the world who are potentially along that cut line. You look into even a guy like Kyle Busch. At the end of the day, for as poorly as Kyle Busch has been running this year in the RCR 8 car, that he still is one win away like everybody else from making it into the playoffs. And Kyle Busch, when he runs well, he's not too far from victory lane. So we're getting to that point in the season now with another new winner in Alex Bowman. Wins are all the more important. And with the regular season coming down to the wire, you look at guys like Buescher, look at guys like Bubba. And either way, you could look at all those guys, and then somebody else could just end up in victory lane and complicate everything.
Shane, apologies for the pun, but Toyota has basically been lapping the field at Pocono over the past decade. 8 of the last 11 races at Pocono they've won. Do manufacturers really dial in on individual tracks to the point where Chevy teams and Ford teams are feeling pressure from their higher up saying, hey, you've got to do something to end Toyota's dominance at Pocono? Or is it kind of just it's a season-long thing, win where you can win?
Win where you can win, but at the same time, you look at a track like Pocono that has been so kind to guys like Denny Hamlin and other Toyota drivers, and you don't want to mess up any opportunity that you have, especially when you look at how many races certain cars win, or you look at the fact that Fords don't get as many regular season wins. I mean, certain tracks that might cater better to those drivers. It is something that you're always thinking about, which, you always want to get wins wherever you can get them. But if there's a track like Pocono where Toyota continues to find guys getting the victory lane, whether it's Hamlin, whether it's Truex, you want to look at a guy like Ty Gibbs and be like, hey, you're another guy who hasn't won yet this year. Maybe that's a place where you can get the 54 to victory lane for the first time.
Shane, my last question for you. Over the last few years, we've seen a good number of drivers change teams, right? Go from this team to that team. In your opinion, Shane, what driver stands out the most to you as the one who made the biggest mistake and hurt his career by changing teams in recent years?
Right now, I would say Kyle Busch, because Kyle Busch is a top driver in this series in every respect. He has aside from anything else, he has the personality, he has the name, and he's won the championship twice. Since he has gone to RCR and has been driving the A car for Richard Childress, he has yet to even put together an exciting playoff run. And it's like every week, if he is in contention, it's because, Kyle Busch happened to be in contention today. And if he's not, we're all sitting there like, why is he running in 25th? And he's getting that just annoyed himself. And it begs the question of how fast are those RCR Chevys in 2024? Austin Dillon, you could say, whatever, he's Richard Childress' grandson. He's been driving the car and had the triumph at Daytona now 6 years ago. But Kyle Busch, for a driver who seems to have the talent, skill, reputation that he does, just has not been able to even be in the top half of drivers consistently for a guy who was a two-time champion. So I would say that of a lot of these guys move around, they end up in cars that seem a little bit faster, a little bit slower, they seem to win a little bit more. It feels like there's no move that was made like the move that Kyle Busch did that just led from him going to being a two-time champion to being a driver who we're excited if he has a top 10 finish.
Shane, great stuff as always. I know we tell you a lot, but we really do appreciate you taking time to join us. Normally on Fridays, but this week on Thursday, you do a fantastic job, and we'll talk to you next week, my friend.
Thanks so much, guys. It's always fun to talk with you guys. And Cole, hope to see you soon.
Absolutely. I'm telling you, I'm going to make my way up to Charlotte very soon. You have my word. If it doesn't happen, just next time I ask you to come on, just say no, okay? That's Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer, covers NASCAR, does a terrific job. Diesel, you know, six races left before the playoffs.
It feels weird knowing that there's still a large chunk of the season after this, but it's not the regular season. It's the postseason. Again, this goes back to my primitive brain, my reptile brain, not understanding that there are essentially two seasons within a season of NASCAR, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. We had a texter here get in, Cole, and I think this is a fun place to take this. He says, so with EV cars, we would eliminate the gas and go pit stop that wins the race, and you credit the crew chief for the strategy or the pit crew for being the fastest. I mean, it certainly changes NASCAR. It changes the whole vibe around a pit stop, right? I mean, they'll still have to change tires and they'll still have to clean off windshields and things like that. I am interested to know, Cole, what the range of a high output vehicle like a stock car, like a NASCAR EV would be. I mean, you're putting a lot of strain on a battery.
Yeah. How does that happen?
I mean, and hey, here's something really interesting. I think electrification in NASCAR could potentially, Cole, bring NASCAR back to its roots, which was essentially R&D for these major manufacturers, right? If Ford can figure out a way to pack a battery into a stock car that'll drive 200 miles an hour and go for 400 miles, think how that could then be applied to your passenger vehicle, which is what NASCAR was, right? In the 70s and the 80s. NASCAR was R&D for these auto manufacturers. This could get them back to their roots in a way.
It just blows my mind that much horsepower could come out of a battery.
And you get it instantly.
That shocks me.
There's
I
no
believe
build-up.
it. I just don't believe it. In my mind, I don't see how it happens.
I just wonder, are we going to be in a position where EV races would only be 100 miles because that's all they can get out of them? Essentially 100-mile exhibitions.
What happens on a rain delay?
Or can you quickly drop a battery and install a new one? That's going to be really fascinating to me.
It's crazy is what it is. All right, Daily Wires, we'll update you on what's going on around the sports world next. The biggest lock in sports betting right now is betting against Charlie Morton. The Braves did it again. Charlie sucks. And Diesel,
More like Charlie choking.
Charlie chokes, Charlie sucks, Charlie's old, Charlie needs to retire. You name it. Use the adjective you want there. But this is our daily wires. The Braves lost last night. Yeah, I predicted it, but a blind man, that doesn't watch the Braves could predict Charlie Morton right now. 7-5 was the score last night. Arizona scored 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. Jimenez got the loss for the Bravos. They do play tonight. Back in action, 4-game series. Game 4 tonight, 9:40 for the Braves. So maybe they can get back on track. We'll see. Team USA got a little tune-up last night, Diesel, in Las Vegas. USA won over Canada, 86-72. I really did want to watch. However, when it starts at 11 o'clock, Cole probably ain't watching. That's tough to be that late.
Yeah, I think I tuned in for a little bit of like the third inning, Braves Diamondbacks last night, and then I was quickly asleep. There's no way I was staying up for the whole game.
A side note on the Olympics. Are the best part of the Olympics while we're asleep?
Let's see.
Because it very well could happen, right? As you look that up.
It's 10:47 p.m. right now in Paris, which means prime time, and who knows what time some of these events are scheduled for, right?
Afternoon,
so,
I guess.
So prime time, they are 6 hours ahead of us. So their prime time being 7 o'clock would be 1 p.m. here. So we'd be watching their primetime events live at 1 o'clock.
So we'd see some stuff maybe in the morning if they were to start early.
It'd be like watching. You ever tune in like early on a Saturday morning? You open up the ESPN channel and there's there's English Premier League soccer on.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. Yeah, you're watching their primetime in our middle of the day.
You ever thought about living in Hawaii where like if you wake up to college game day would come on at 4 a.m. and the first game would start at 7.
You'd have to get real good at like on demand and not paying attention, like not opening your phone.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
That'd be rough.
All right, let's see. Where am I at? 2 Georgia players were arrested in separate incidents Thursday morning for reckless driving. I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing because, as you said earlier, Diesel, Spurrier, his old philosophy still reigns true, right?
What is it with Georgia players? Come on.
I guess they just don't have any.
Got nothing else to do in Athens?
I don't know.
Where's Kirby Smart in this?
One of them was an offensive line. Bo Huey was involved in a single car accident. Linebacker Samil Mondon Jr., I hope I said that right, was arrested for street racing. So one's a second string guy, one's a starter. We'll see if it has any impact, right? DUI charges against Trevor Etienne, another Georgia Bulldog, were dropped after he pleaded no contest to reckless driving, underage possession of alcohol, and 2 other driving offenses. The question becomes, since he's off scot-free, will he play for Kirby and them dogs, Diesel?
Ask Mike Gundy. He's done it thousands of times.
I've done it 1,000 times. Will Kirby let it slide? Will he give that dog growl pregame motivation speech?
I mean, does that at some point erode your respect and confidence in a head coach, even if it's against one of your rival schools, if they never punish these things?
Texter from the 344, Georgia's best rivalries against Clark County PD. Good one. Really good one. Terrible, but good. And then last for now, Southwest Airlines has been named the official airline of the SEC, the 3rd best airline. Hope they know which Columbia to ship the team's pads to because they might end up in the wrong one. I mean, come on, the SEC's the best.
You ever lost a bag on Southwest Airlines, though?
I don't think I've flown Southwest, but like one time.
I mean, Southwest is not exactly known as an elite airline.
Well, I've flown Spirit. I mean, listen, I'm not saying I'm bougie and I have to have Delta or American Airlines. I've always liked American Airlines.
I only fly American.
American's good. American's consistent.
It's only because I don't book the plane tickets.
Okay.
I've flown Southwest. The problem with Southwest is it makes you stop too many times.
Yeah, Delta's the best though. Delta's, I mean, there's nobody better.
Madcraft says they both posted bail for a combined $26.
Probably true.
Is that serious, Matt Kraft? Are you
There's
just
no
making?
way
Are you
he's
telling a
making that
joke?
up.
I
It's
mean,
gotta be, right?
yeah.
You know what's bad? I'm leaving the country in 2 weeks, and I have no idea what airline I'm flying on. Is that
Tickets are
not
booked,
bad?
right?
Tickets are booked.
You just forgot.
Somebody else booked them for me.
Oh, okay.
So I just paid him, and I have no idea. Last year we flew Spirit, and Spirit sucks. However, I'm not going far, but
Man,
Spirit's the worst.
The only experience I have with Spirit, I wasn't on a Spirit flight. I was on an American flight, and Spirit was using the gate right next to it.
Let me guess. There was a fight.
No, there was a line, like 60 people deep, lined up to get on this plane. And they were flying from Dallas to, I think it was Dallas to Miami.
Ooh.
So you can imagine, like, this was like a flight of Clark Griswold's cousin Eddie.
I call
Just
it
a bunch of dudes in board shorts and flip flops. A couple of them had water wings on. Just ready to pile onto that plane. You could tell that was going to be a loud flight.
I've always called Spirit the Denny's of the sky. The Walmart of the sky works too. Hey, did you see the box? I saw this on TikTok. It happened yesterday, I believe. The guy that had a box of snakes on the plane, the box fell on the tarmac, busted open. Snakes went. I'm not talking about like 3 or 4. I'm talking like 15, 20 snakes.
Where is Samuel L. Jackson when you need him? He's tired of these mother bleeping snakes
on
this mother bleeping plane.
You've got to go watch that video. It is weird.
Matt Kraft says that $26 bail was totally true. He says ESPN posted an article about it.
$26.
Fascinating.
Can they afford that?
I don't know. Well, with NIL, I'm sure they got it.
26
when
bucks.
we come back, it's time for you and I to fight about it. It's called our 5 o'clock fight. It's the most interactive with segment on this show each and every day. Thank you, Tolos, in advance for participating today. But the 5 o'clock fight is next, right here on the Fan Upstate. It's time for the most interactive segment on Wire to Wire, on the Fan Upstate, maybe even on radio as a medium every single day.
No doubt.
This is the time where Cole and I have to disagree. We don't get to disagree. We have to disagree. We have to argue opposite sides of the coin here. And you, the Tolos, tell us who makes the most compelling argument. That's what we do each and every day. It's called the 5 o'clock fight. And let's get into it.
It's an all-out slugfest, and nobody's leaving unscathed. 3 topics, 1 winner. It's the 5 o'clock fight on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
You, the Tolos, get to be the judge each round. Tell us who wins by texting 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. You can also message in on the stream on Facebook, on Twitter, or on YouTube. 3 rounds, no ties. Let's get started with round number 1. Will Shane Beamer's seat be cold by the end of the season? I think you and I both agree that at the moment, his seat is a little bit warm. Will it get warmer or will it cool off by the end of the season? What do you say, Cole?
Shane Beamer's seat. Diesel, I'm not going to stutter when I say this. It will be cold by the end of the season. I do have trust. I do have faith and belief, if you will, in Lenore Sellers. I think Lenore Sellers will surprise a lot of people. I'm not saying he's going to be Rattler, but I think this team, with the offensive line getting better, guys coming back from injury, Marky Anderson being back, should have started last year. I think this will be a more efficient offense, and I think South Carolina will win some games, especially if they were to win that game early in the season at home against LSU. That would really help Beamer's case. But I think Lenora Sellers this year, bringing in additions in the offseason, Mike Furry from Limestone, wide receivers. We know the offensive line, what it will be now with Sean Elliott. I think this will be a better team, more complete team. I'm not saying it will be high scoring and electric like Rattler was, big throws, but I think they will be more efficient, and I think they will be a little bit better, and I think by the end of the season, Shane will be just okay.
You have faith, you have trust, but do you also have a bottle of Jack Daniels under the table over there that I don't know about?
That I see.
Because this is going to be an equally tough season for South Carolina to achieve 6 wins as it was last year and the year before. Now, South Carolina fans, you can't hang your hat on we have the toughest schedule in college football this year, because you don't. You only have the 15th toughest schedule in college football this year.
You have the 15th toughest.
Yeah, that distinction goes to Florida. Georgia Tech has the 2nd hardest strength of schedule. So I don't want to hear anything about this strength of the ACC doesn't play anybody, because Georgia Tech has the 2nd overall toughest schedule. No, South Carolina's head ball coach Shane Beamer's seat is going to be warmer by the end of the season than it is right now. I mean, this feels like a make or break season for Shane Beamer. If you don't get it done this year, when you have 4 basically gimmies on the schedule, and you can't go out there and get an SEC win against anybody but Vanderbilt, the Dregs, a team that doesn't even have stands around its stadium, then you are in a tough spot as a program, and it's time to start looking around. Look, we are in a world now, Cole, where coaches are turning around programs in a year, 2 years tops. And Shane Beamer, he's going to get up to that 4, 5, 6 year mark? I don't think so. This is a fan base that is hungry for a winner. Ray Tanner knows that they are going to riot if they don't get this right. And this seat is going to be hotter by the end of the year. I don't see any way Shane Beamer gets to 7 wins outside of maybe a bowl win. You got to have a good opponent, a favorable opponent in your bowl game. I don't think they get there.
Madcraft on the stream says, go back to your alien planet, Cole. I've never had my butt sunburned, but I'd imagine Shane will soon know how it feels.
Next up.
Round 2, fight.
New teams coming into the ACC this year, Cole. SMU, Cal, Stanford, and I feel like I'm missing one. Am I missing one, or is it just those 3?
SMU,
Cal and
I think
Stanford?
that's right. Yeah.
Okay. 3 new teams coming to the ACC this year. Will one of them win an ACC championship before South Carolina wins an SEC championship?
God, this question, whatever evil mind put this on the rundown, this one's just
that would be you.
This one's impossible. This one's impossible to answer. However, it's fascinating because it does make you think a little bit, right? It does make you think about Cal or Stanford or who was the third? I've already forgotten. SMU being able to win an ACC championship. I don't know. I just don't know that I have faith that that's possible anytime soon. Like, those are decent programs, but none of them are good programs. So when I give you my answer, Tolos, don't freak out on me. Don't call me a Gamecock homer. But I'm just saying I think it's going to be a long time. But I think South Carolina will win a conference championship before one of those three lousy programs do.
Oh, you just lost the 5 o'clock fight right there, Cole. No, SMU is a long shot, a dark horse contender for the ACC this year.
Don't get another death penalty.
25th right now in ESPN's FPI, and they play in a weak conference. I mean, weirder things have happened. I don't think it's likely by any stretch of the word, but they're crushing it in recruiting. They're 25th in FPI right now. They're going to come in with their hair on fire with something to prove. South Carolina can get better. Is South Carolina a better team than any of the other teams that are coming into the ACC? Yes. If they played a 4-team round robin, I would have South Carolina probably going 3-0 against the 4 teams that are coming into the ACC this year. But I don't see it, man. I think SMU has some talent. They are a dark horse. They're behind Florida State, Clemson, and Miami in the FPI. So I think there's a shot. I think there's a shot for SMU to get it done. Probably not this year, but give it a year or two, and I think they can come in and be really good in the ACC.
We'll have to see. I don't know. It's going to be tough either way, right?
If you find yourself on the fence, and I don't think there is a chance. If you're telling me there's a chance that you may have gone 50-50 with our round 1 and 2 5 o'clock fight arguments, this one will be the one that takes you off the fence. Let's hit round 3.
Final round. Fight.
So we got one of these coming up this weekend, Cole. Not you and I, but me and my wife Ashley and our little puppy doggy, Brago.
It ain't little.
He's not little. We're having a birthday party for a dog. Is that weird and obsessive, or is it totally fine?
You know, it's fascinating. I haven't thought about this, but I know people do it all the time. I've owned dogs. I've had dogs, right? I love dogs. I've met your dog. I do not think I'll ever find myself spending money to throw a party for my dog, who will not know what the heck's going on, eat the balloons, eat the wrapper that's on the wrapping presents, right? All the bows and I just think it's a little weird to answer your question. I don't know if the dog knows what's going on or not. So what's the point of it?
Well, first of all, Dobermans are very smart dogs. Dobermans are smarter than 5-year-olds. Do 5-year-olds know that they're at a birthday party?
Probably not. I don't think you should have birthday parties for 5-year-olds either.
This dog is going to get gifts that are wrapped. I'm not the one wrapping them. I think that part's silly, but Ashley's doing it. He's getting a specially made 4-doggy birthday cake in the shape of a bone. He's going to get a special day where he goes to the dog park to get to play with stranger dogs. He's going to have his dog next door neighbor friend come over to the house. I mean, it's going to be a blast. Ashley even has a doggy birthday hat she's going to put on.
No way.
Yeah.
Can dogs read, though?
Well, we've been teaching our dog to read, believe it or not. Yeah, we have been doing it. He's not very good at it, but you can teach them to read.
This is nuts.
No, I think it's totally normal to have a doggy birthday party. Look, I mean, we're not necessarily throwing the party for him. We're throwing the party for us because we survived the first year of this bitey little shark being in our house and not letting us get any sleep. So, yeah, we're throwing a party.
Madcraft wants to know, are you inviting dog friends? The neighbor, right?
Yes, we are.
The neighbor's coming over?
Yeah, the neighbor dog's coming over.
Does he have a crush on her?
Well, it's a boy dog,
Oh,
so I don't
okay.
I don't
Hope
know.
not.
I haven't asked
Hope
him.
not.
Yeah.
Fat Pate on the text line says, I'm white, but I'm not that white. God, Fat Pate. That's terrible.
Okay, so there you go. To recap, round one, will Shane Beamer's seat be colder or warmer by the end of the season? Cole says colder. I say warmer. Round two, will the new ACC team win an ACC championship before South Carolina wins an SEC championship? Well, Cole put on his garnet-colored glasses for this one. He says South Carolina is going to win an SEC title before Cal, Stanford, or SMU win an ACC title. And round three, doggy birthday parties. Are they totally normal, like I say, or are they weird and obsessive, like Cole says? Here is your chance to start texting in your vote, 71307. Start your text with keyword fan or send us a message on the stream, Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. But if you want to suggest a 5 o'clock fight for tomorrow, here's how you can do that.
What do you want Diesel and Co Bryson to fight about next?
If you've got an ass, I'll kick it.
Submit your topics to Diesel at thefanupstate.com. Subject line, fight on the Fan Upstate.
William Brady just says, wow. I think that was early in the 5 o'clock fight. I think it's about your take on Shane Beamer's seat cooling off by the end of the season. I'll start with the stream because that usually takes a little bit longer to get going. But Madcraft says Diesel with a clean sweep. Man, just an absolutely brutal showing from Cole today.
Madcraft, I thought I liked you, man. I really did. I thought you were better than that. He says Cole likes mayo on corn and hates animals. Just an incredible person.
Wow.
I thought, timeout. I thought you sent a message to Diesel and I last night at Ingles, and said you were trying mayonnaise on corn last night. We didn't get a report. We didn't get an update on the mayonnaise on corn experiment. I'm very disappointed, but I know that if you did try it, you probably aren't telling us because you don't want to eat that crow, right? You don't want to eat the crow and admit that it's good, it's delicious, it's amazing.
Mayonnaise by itself, the way you smother, you might as well just dunk your corn cob
That'd be a
into
great idea. I don't know why I've never
a
done
jar
that.
of mayonnaise.
Why have I never done that?
Why is that not our next viral video idea?
Oh, I'll do it. I'll do it today. I know.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
I love it.
You have to get a bigger jar of mayonnaise, though, because I don't think a standard size jar of mayonnaise would work. If you're going to eat a full size ear of corn, a standard size jar of mayonnaise wouldn't work.
Makes me hungry just thinking about it. Oh my God, it sounds so good.
Gross.
Mayonnaise on corn.
I love mayonnaise, but not that much.
Man, it's
crazy.
good. Texter from the 618 says birthday parties for dogs are the stupidest thing in the world. In the end, it's really just a reason for people to get together. Well, Diesel said that.
Yeah, we're all going to get together and have drinks. So joke's on you, because we'll be drinking some delicious cocktails.
Let's see. 770. Diesel lost clean sweep with round 3. I could tell you my dog's birthday, let alone how old he is. Corn chip. Don't even know how old your dog is. Trey in Kentucky also goes Diesel 3-0. Your dog's having a better birthday than I'll probably have, says Trey in Kentucky.
Trey. See, it's good to celebrate your dog's life and have fun with it.
Let's see. 432 says, our dog Woody, golden retriever, is the dog you invite to start the party. He loves everyone. See you Saturday.
Come on over, Woody.
Is this the dog texting?
Yeah, we're all meeting up.
Is Woody the dog, the golden retriever, texting the show? Do you know this, Woody, or is this random?
Bark twice if you're in Milwaukee. Stephen Webb says, Cole, what are you doing? SMH Diesel with the clean sweep.
Come on, Stephen. Are you kidding me? I can't even get one vote from you today.
I'm surprised you Gamecock fans aren't just, heaping all your praise on Cole, because he's saying all these nice things about you.
You know what? They should take back every bad thing they've ever said. 491 does go Cole clean sweep. Texter from the 764 says you have to have mayo to make Mexican street corn. Yes, I like the Mexican street corn, but I don't have the ingredients in my house that paprika, whatever else they put on it.
You don't have paprika?
I don't think so.
Go to Ingles. Get it. They have a fantastic spice section.
If I had a bet right now, if I have spices, I'm a spice guy, but I would say I don't have paprika in my spice drawer.
What color is paprika?
It's like a burgundy, right?
There you go. See, at least you know.
I know what it is. Yeah, it's very good. I mean, I like it. I don't even know what it goes in, but I feel like I've tasted it. Let's see. Texter 803 says, "Get that piece of corn out of my face," with the mayo on it, I guess. 344 says Cole wins 3-0. Rick from Greer says, "I raise cockroaches, but you're weird, Diesel." Is that really Rick? Is that because of the dog?
Well, he didn't
party?
pluralize cockroaches. He misspelled your
and
weird
and
he
race.
didn't capitalize Diesel.
Yeah.
Are you in the sauce already, Rick from Greer? This one texture, what it says, Fat Paid says, "I had Diesel winning 2-0 until that last one. Cole wins 3-0. Come on, Fat Paid. You can't do that, man. You can't change your opinion because you don't like my last opinion.
Fat Paid.
That's bogus.
Thank you, Fat Paid. I appreciate that.
You're fat paid to do this.
Checks on the way, buddy. Checks on the way. Real quick, a little bit of a breaking Daily Wire. Paul Skeens made history today, Diesel, for the Pirates. 11 strikeouts and 7 no-hit innings.
I thought you were going to say he asked Livy Dunn to marry him, and she said yes.
That'd be a bigger headline, but 11 Ks, 7 no-hit innings. Wait a minute. Did they pull him in 7, or is the game still going on? Because, oh, no, please don't tell me they pulled him. No, the game's over, so they didn't let Paul go 8 or 9, so they said 7's enough. If you have a no-hitter, don't you let him go?
You let him go. Because nobody gives a rip about a no-hitter through 7.
I kind of agree with you on that. Like, you have 11 strikeouts through 7 innings, no hits. It seems like you're still rolling, high octane. Why do you pull a guy there? That's crazy.
Unless a lot of those strikeouts came early and then they're getting a lot of contact on you in the 6th and 7th innings.
Texter from the 349 says, or 344 says, they pulled him. Check his reaction. Oh, did he lose it?
He must not have liked it.
Did he get mad? See, we had this discussion a few years ago with a Braves pitcher. Let him pitch. Let him go.
So, Cole, here's one that a question that I posed earlier in the show. I put it up as a Twitter poll at the Fan Upstate.
Mm-hmm.
This is a wire-to-wire what if, and I don't want to take it to tomorrow because it'll lose its context. What if? Do you believe DJU could have taken the starting job back from Cade Klubnik if he was still at Clemson in 2023?
Last year?
Yeah, last year.
Oh, okay.
If he was still at Clemson, he lost his job to Cade. Could he have gotten it back given Cade Klubnik's performance? This thing started out heavily in the no category. The yeses have caught up. We're now at 50-50. Clemson fan base. This is a good poll. The Clemson fan base is divided through 22 votes so far, saying that DJ could have gotten his job back at Clemson.
I say no.
No?
I say no. Yeah, I mean, last year, was Cade, was he bad? He wasn't great. Was DJ, I mean, it's a great question.
I mean, if he lost his starting job, at the tail end of 2022 in the ACC title game when Cade looked really good against, I believe it was North Carolina. If DJ had used that slight as fuel for, I've got to go out there and get better so that I can get my job back. And he had achieved basically getting himself to the point where he was at Oregon State last year. I think, yeah.
It's tough.
I think he got his job back.
Texter 344 says the manager, talking about Paul Skeens, knew he had an all-star game to start, so that's important. Steven says, Madcraft, let me go back to Madcraft, says he was also at 99 pitches. Okay, thank you for that, Madcraft. Really, I mean that. I didn't know that. Stephen Webb, guys, I am not sure if you care for soccer on this show. However, Sunday's Copa America final with Argentina versus Colombia is going to be an MMA fight with soccer played in the middle. Steven, I don't know if you know this or not. Diesel and I are the biggest soccer advocates ever. Like
we call ourselves supporters. We are athletic supporters.
We love soccer.
Yeah.
We go to soccer venues, soccer bars. We
wear scarves.
Is that
we
what
drink
soccer
tea,
people do? Is wear scarves?
monocles.
We watch soccer every night.
what Steven is referring to, Cole, we had it in the Daily Wires. I don't
Did
know
I miss it?
if you missed it or
I
if
have.
you just said this is about soccer. I'm not
No,
reading
I
it.
think I missed it.
But
I'm a huge soccer fan. I would never skip that.
right. There was a huge brawl that broke out at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte. That's where the Copa America game between Colombia and Uruguay was played. A Uruguayan player, Darwin Núñez, entered the stands and got into a fight with Colombia fans. He's facing a suspension. Huge turnout for that game, and I'm blown away. 70,000 people showed up for that game. That should be telling to Dave Tepper right there. 70,000 people showed up for an international soccer match in Charlotte.
Wow.
When only 40,000 are showing up for Panthers games in the middle of the season because they suck so bad.
That's unbelievable, man. 70,000 last night. 70,000 people. Texter from the 432 says in AAA, we had a pitcher throwing a no-no in the 8th when he got pulled. Let me click on the text. There was a fight in the tunnel after the game between him and the pitching coach. I believe that. I believe it. Pitchers don't want to be pulled.
I would rather lose my no-hitter than get pulled. Because nobody gives a rip about your no-hitter through 7.
No, I think I would
8.
too. I think I completely agree with that. And I'm going to fight the coach too. I agree. He should have. He should have fought the coach, man. Let him go. Texter 903 says, I heard a rumor yesterday that the Greenville Triumph Stadium may possibly be built next to Bridgeway Castle in Simpsonville. Oh, I think Bridgeway Castle was the original. Wait,
that was supposed to be the original site. Now, if something has changed,
Malden, though, right?
It's like right there on the edge between Malden and Simpsonville.
Is that where I went with Rob?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's originally where it was supposed to be. And my understanding is that the Irwin family bought the land and they were going to essentially give it to the county to build, or to the city to build the stadium. Malden City Council said, yes, we'll put in our chunk of money. Greenville County Council said, no, we are not going to use already realized, which meant taxes money already in the bank.
Sure.
To use on this stadium, and it's tax money that is earmarked for development purposes. It's not like this was money that was supposed to be taken out of a road fund or something
down
like
the
that.
road or something.
And the county council said no to this. Now, if what this texter is saying is true, and they have essentially revisited the plan, there is a huge field next to.
Big enough, you think?
Possibly, yeah. I think it's possible that field is big enough to be used, because it would be between Bridgeway Station, what's there now, and the road.
You don't need stands or anything. People aren't going to come watch, so the field's good enough.
No,
right?
you're going to need. They're going to need every bit of 15,000 seats for that.
I'm kidding, people. Don't start saying bad things about me in soccer.
Texter, where did you see this rumor? Where did you hear this? I'm interested to know.
I hope it's true.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. It's a fantastic location, and people could see it from the interstate. It's easy to get to.
What is that, 385?
Yeah, I think it would be great.
Stephen Webb says, I'll be there Saturday for Uruguay versus Canada, and went to 0 football games last year at BOA.
Attaboy.
True.
That'll show,
Panther
Tepper.
fans.
That'll show, Dave.
Dave may think this is a good thing, you know?
We need to have more international soccer matches here. Sell the Panthers, just play Copa matches here.
All right, coming up next, it's July. It's talking season. There's nothing wrong with a way too early 2025 mock draft. Well, we have it for you next. Well, it's July, but you know what? The NFL draft will be here before you know it, right? April of next year. But there's nothing wrong with a way too early mock draft. We love mock drafts. And let's look and see who Uncle Mel, old Mel Kiper, has for this 2025 class.
Yeah, what does a hairline have to say?
That's tough, especially from the guy over here that has a terrible hairline. So, no offense taken. Mel Kiper
That's why we
thinks
both wear hats a lot.
that's right. Mel Kiper thinks that the New York Giants will have the number 1 overall pick.
Bye-bye, Daniel Jones.
Well, that's what I was going to say. They are, I guess, shutting down the Daniel Jones experiment. No more, nada, adios. The Giants threw 15 touchdown passes last season, Diesel, 5th fewest in the league, and Daniel Jones coming off of an ACL tear. Teams running it back this year. Drew Lock, as you know, added as a veteran backup. But Mel Kiper says the Giants will take quarterback from Georgia, Carson Beck, as their number 1 pick to replace Daniel Jones. Do you love that or hate that?
Well, given what the Giants have, what are they? I mean, I really have to look and see what their roster expectation is for the 2025 season.
Well, they lost Saquon.
What are their wide receiver? What does their wide receiver room look like for next year? I mean, for what people love to call Carson Beck a game manager enough to get it done for you in New York? I don't think he's the right guy. Is he potentially the most talented quarterback in this draft coming out of college? Maybe, but we're going to have to see just like some next level play out of him this year. I mean, they would need a guy like a Caleb Williams, one of those guys who can be a playmaker, not just a game manager. So I don't think Carson Beck is the right quarterback for New York. I think he could fit in better somewhere else.
Do we really think that Carson Beck will go number 1? I mean, that might be a stretch for me. Number 1 overall, 71307. Start your text with the word fan. We're also live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. I just don't know, man. We talked about this yesterday with Carson Beck. I'm not a Carson Beck hater, but man, I just find it hard to believe that Carson Beck is going to be the guy that they risk it all for at number 1, if that's true. I find that very hard to believe. However, I'm not Mel Kiper. I could be wrong. Let's see here. Mel Kiper has the Panthers at number 2. However, a projected trade with the Las Vegas Raiders. This mock draft is kind of getting laughable. He has the Las Vegas.
That didn't take long.
No, it didn't. It did not take long. He has the Raiders. Number 2, taking Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado. We talked about this freaking yesterday. Quinn Ewers is the best quarterback. Why are people taking Sanders and Beck over Quinn Ewers? You agree? Disagree? I cannot believe that Shedeur Sanders will be the number 2 pick. But guess what? Because of his dad,
marketing's a hell of a thing,
here we
man.
go. Here we go again, LeBron Bronny. You think it'll happen again in the NFL?
If the Panthers, what doesn't surprise me out of that is the Panthers trading out of number 2. Now, where are they projected to trade back with the Raiders? Like, how far back does this trade go? Because I just got a new laptop today, so I'm not logged into the ESPN app. I can't see the entire mock draft.
Number 8.
So drafting back to, honestly, I don't think that's a terrible spot. If you can package that with either some money, some cap space being moved around, or if you can package that with a high 2nd round draft pick, if you could trade for, your 8th pick in the 1st round and the 2nd round, I think that's a really good thing for the Carolina Panthers.
John Dog text in on the text line 71307 says, don't be a bet cater. Any dog would be good in the NFL. How's Aaron Murray doing? I mean, sorry. How is, let's see, what's your boy who played for the Rams, the last Georgia quarterback? I'm blanking on his name.
Stafford?
No, the very recent one. Stafford's the only one that I can think of that was actually good in the NFL. The one they just had, the looking guy that just graduated a year or two ago. I've already forgot his name now. John Dog, who besides Stafford?
Is it Aaron?
No.
Burr? No, that's not right.
No, golly. He went to the Rams, looked good in the preseason. Literally, it's bad that my memory is this bad that he just played in
You're not thinking of Aaron Murray?
Stetson.
Oh,
sorry.
Stetson Bennett.
Thank you, Texter, from the 434. My memory's terrible. Terrible. Stetson, how's he doing, John Dog, in the NFL? Aaron Murray and Stetson, are they in the CFL, AFL, UFL, whatever these off-brand leagues are? So there is the first,
the
there is the
BFL. They're
second.
benched for life.
That's right. And we're not going to go through every pick, but I just want to highlight some notables. Those first two are very interesting. I do want to skip down to 8. Carolina Panthers projected trade with Las Vegas. I just told you Las Vegas. Mel Kiper has them taking Shedeur Sanders. Carolina Panthers, Mel Kiper at 8 has them. By the way, if they're picking at 2 and trade, Panthers fans, that means y'all didn't have a good season, right? Sorry, but that's not good.
I think the Panthers will probably end up in that 5 to 8 range.
Yeah.
As it stands, I think they're going to have a better year this year, so they may not. I don't think they're going to be the second worst team in the league.
I don't think so. Luther Burden III, wide receiver out of Missouri, is who Mel Kiper has the Panthers taken, adding a little bit more help. He says in this scenario, the Panthers are able to move back, still land a playmaker, focus on putting talent around Bryce Young, investing in guys like Damian Lewis, Robert Hunt.
Do they have any other wide receivers going ahead of Luther Burden III?
Good question.
At 8th?
The answer to that would be no. Luther Burden III will be the first wide receiver off the board.
What I don't like about him, Cole, is he's 5'11", 208 pounds. He's
kind of
not
like
a
Shi
big guy.
Smith kind of guy, it sounds like. Averaged 14.1 yards per catch, 1,212 yards, 86 receptions last season. Brings a Deebo Samuel-like ability, in terms of his shiftiness. But, I don't know. They definitely need wide receiver help. Oh, my gosh, Trey. Trey, you know what? I used to like you, but you've already got Madcraft laughing on the stream. But I will have to admit, comment
It's a good joke.
of the day.
It's a good joke, Trey.
Trey gets the crown for the day. He comes in with the best joke, to Diesel's point. And Trey on the stream, on the YouTube stream, ask, who are the Cowboys picking at 3?
Where does Mel
Trey.
have them drafting?
Trey, it's mean, man. That's mean. Who was it that called this on that promo? Dale. That's the best, man. Dale. What are they going to do? I'll find the Cowboys, but Diesel, notable, Mel Kiper has my favorite quarterback, Quinn Ewers, going at 10 to the New Orleans Saints. Sorry, Spencer Rattler.
Oh, man. Spencer, you better hope that
show out.
Yeah, you better show out this year when you get a chance, or else it's curtains for you, pal.
Ooh, man, that'd be tough for old Spencer, right? Let me see. Any notable names as I go look for my Cowboys, if y'all want to make it there.
You want to make it personal. They want to make it personal.
Mel Kiper, Matt, has your Los Angeles Chargers taking wide receiver out of Oregon, Evan Stewart. Yeah, y'all make it personal. Riley Leonard, Notre Dame, to the Jets, says Mel Kiper. That's interesting. Very interesting.
He better have one hell of a season this year because he was at Duke last year.
Mel Kiper, I like this. I like this a lot. Has Dallas picking 27, which means they lose in the first round of the playoffs again, and would take Quinshon Judkins, running back from Ohio State. I like that a lot. They just had Zeke, right, who re-signed. He's going to finish his AARP stint in Dallas and give him one more year, I guess, right? One more year.
If Zeke plays till 40, does he get a piece of the team?
Maybe he already has some. I don't know. They say Mel Kiper says Judkins has elite talent. Dallas ignored the position throughout the offseason. Yeah, no joke. Judkins rushed for 2,725 yards, scored 31 rushing touchdowns, which is really good, by the way, over 2 seasons with Ole Miss before transferring to Ohio State. However, he'll have to split carries with Trayvon Henderson there, which will be pretty interesting. Him and Trayvon splitting some carries. I'm looking as we round out this list here. He has guard out of Alabama, Tyler Booker, going to the Ravens. Pronounce this name, Diesel. Lions at 30, taking Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State. Did I do okay there?
Egbuka, I think that's right.
Egbuka. He has the San Francisco 49ers picking 32nd, which would mean Mel Kiper thinks the San Francisco 49ers are going to beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Offensive tackle, Oregon, Chiefs, offensive tackle, NC State. So those are some notable names from Mel Kiper's 2025. I call it the way too early mock draft. I do believe Mel will be right on some of these, Diesel, but obviously without the season being played yet, we don't know. Some of these guys may be a big fat flop, sadly.
When we come back, Cole, we have some big breaking rumors. Just 24 hours after the ACC was able to stop Clemson's lawsuits in the state of South Carolina. Could something big be happening? Could the ACC be going the way of the pack? That's coming up next here on the Fan Upstate. I want to preface this by saying I don't know how much validity there is to this. But
I love
because I don't want to get got by a silly internet joke. You never know what's real and what's not these days, right? But I want to present what we have heard to this point and the fact that multiple, not the most reputable, not the biggest names in sports, especially college football journalism, but some big names nonetheless have reported over the past 24 hours that there is a possibility, a very real possibility, that immediately following the lawsuit that was shut down yesterday between Clemson and the ACC, that it's very real possibility that Clemson, Florida State, and 4 other ACC schools may be headed to the Big 12. How are they going to afford this, right? We just talked about this yesterday a lot, that there's a lot of money involved. How do they get out of this? Well, Brett Yormark, commissioner of the Big 12, has been recently looking into private equity, basically selling off part of the conference to private stakeholders. And there is a ton of money at stake in this. A ton of money.
I refuse to believe it.
You refuse to believe it.
I do. I don't know. You're not going into a new conference. It's the same conference.
Brett Yormark at this point, Cole, is teetering somewhere between like football Jesus and Lex Luthor. If he can pull this off, I mean, to take a conference like the Big 12 that people were looking at just a few years ago as saying this carcass is about to be picked clean, to then potentially be pulling off massive deals and bringing in a coast-to-coast range of schools, that could be absolutely massive. The question is, Cole, could the Big 12, or would the Big 12, with the inclusion of 6 ACC schools, and as of right now, like we've heard just Clemson and Florida State.
Yeah.
We've heard potentially 4 schools. We've heard potentially 6 schools. So a lot of this is very much up in the air. Could private equity put this kind of money into the Big 12? Well, I looked it up to see what it might cost some of these schools to get out of the ACC's grant of rights. And this is from back in December. Florida State's Board of Trustees estimated that the exit fee and forfeiture of media rights would cost Florida State $572 million to get out. Multiply that by 6. My calculator on my phone couldn't even go that high. There's not enough digits, okay? But multiply that 572 by 6, that is $3.4 billion.
Just a little bit of money.
Is there any way, shape, or form that these 6 schools are even remotely worth $3.5 billion?
No, there's not. Are you kidding me?
So the conversation centers around Clemson and Florida State, but it also has included combinations, but not necessarily all of them, including Miami, Louisville, UNC, and Duke. Now, Clemson and Florida State bring you the 2 biggest brands in football.
Yeah.
North Carolina and Duke bring you the 2 biggest brands in basketball. Miami obviously hasn't been elite on the field in those 2 sports in quite a while, but Miami is still just a gigantic brand. The oddball to me, Cole, there is Louisville. I mean,
very odd.
That's an oddball, but maybe you bring in Louisville because it adds some connection to West Virginia, and you don't really feel like going up into the Northeast. I mean, I could argue that Virginia is maybe more appealing, but I mean, not by much. Not by much. So this all got started, Cole, from a radio host out of Oklahoma, Greg Swaim. His account is massive. It's massive.
So he's a real guy.
Yeah, he's a real guy. Huge account. He said, quote, "As we've said for a year, Florida State and Clemson will not get a Big Ten offer due to neither being AAU accredited. But from Vegas, the talk is the SEC has now turned the pair down. With new sponsorship, the Big 12 probably won't pay quite what the other 2 do, but with those 2, they'll pay double what the ACC does. And it won't end there. The talk is the Big 12 will take 6 from the ACC."
So what happens to the ACC? Just shuts down?
I mean, the ACC would have to essentially gobble up maybe the American Athletic, gobble up the best programs that they want out of the American Athletic.
I mean,
this is big. If there's even a shred of truth out of this, it's big.
To your point, you said it when we started the segment. You don't know if there's validity. We don't know. I don't buy it because of the amounts of money as well as why. I just don't know why Clemson would join the Big 12. I have no idea why. I guess if the ACC's done for it, you stick it to them and you have to go somewhere else. But I don't know, man. That just it's hard for me to believe. I could be wrong though. Maybe it's true.
Yeah, I mean, our friend Jake Crane from Crane and Company led his show with this today. It is the thumbnail for their show. I mean, it sounds ludicrous.
It does.
But if Clemson and Florida State could have their media payout doubled through private equity going into the Big 12, I mean, does that change your opinion on whether or not Clemson is willing to pay the buyout and get out?
It's a fascinating question.
It really is.
It really is. Again, I don't know if I believe it, but it's just crazy that they joined the Big 12. All right, coming up next, we need your participation, please. Tolos, get those texting fingers ready. We're also live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Which sports dynasties did you love the most? And which sports dynasties did you hate the most? We'll discuss it right here on Wire to Wire next. want to preface my segment question by putting this thought out there. As we went to the break, I asked the question to you, Tolos, which sports dynasties did you love the most, and which sports dynasties did you hate the most? Chew on this as well while you're getting your thoughts in. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Is Dawn Staley, South Carolina? Chew on this now. Is that a dynasty yet? Is it a dynasty? I think it's pretty close, right? What they've done, I mean, they've been very impressive, but I don't know if it's dynasty yet.
I think they're in the dominance phase right now, and they need another one, probably two, but really one I think would do it, would cement it in a lot of people's minds. Everybody's definition of a dynasty is different, you know? I think dynasty is winning 2 out of 5, competing for probably 3 or 4 out of 5 is when that puts you in dynasty mode.
I would agree that they're one away from being an epic dynasty. I mean, what they've done, don't take anything away from it, right? They've Dawn Staley just puts her head down. She doesn't wear the sunglasses. She doesn't talk the talk. She walks the walk, right? That's what's made this South Carolina run so impressive. So chew on that while you're getting your thoughts in. If South Carolina women's basketball would count in terms of the dynasty. But the initial question was, which ones did you hate? Which ones do you love? Madcraft starts it off on the stream. Says, oh, piece of cake. Miami, 1987 to 1991. Also, Bama and Clemson, because it felt like they were both in one at the same time, which is true.
That is true.
So let's start with the Miami dynasty. You and I were not doing the show. We weren't watching college football, you know, as
we weren't feeding ourselves.
That's right. We were obviously a little bit younger in age when the Miami dynasty was happening.
I vaguely remember the Miami dynasty. I remember the tail end, the very, very tail end of the Nebraska dynasty. And then that sort of gave way to the Miami dynasty, and that sort of gave way to the Florida State dynasty.
Nebraska was before Miami or no?
When was Nebraska? When
I don't know why I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you. We don't have to look it up. I just couldn't remember if it was, but I know it was similar or close to the time, same time frame. I just couldn't remember exactly when Nebraska's dynasty.
Nebraska won titles in 94, 95, and 97. So I got that wrong. Excuse me. I got that wrong. The Miami dynasty gave way to the Nebraska dynasty.
Well, Trey says, I didn't like the Yankees in the 90s, and I'm going to get to them as well, Trey. But do you think the overwhelming majority of people in the late 80s, early 90s, Diesel, because of the way Miami players carried themselves, do you think that they disliked that dynasty?
Oh, they all hated it. Yeah, they all hated it. But the players ate that up. They absolutely loved it, and it's what fueled it, and it's what helped them attract a certain type of player. Now, what was fascinating, what Miami was able to achieve, was they were able to show that level of hubris, of personality, all that. They were able to attract the guys who wanted to play in that environment. And then they were able to focus them to go out and win.
I don't know how they did that.
Yeah, how do they do that? How do they not break out into a dance mob on the field just because that's what these players wanted to do? Like, I want to come to Miami to show off myself, not show out for the team.
No, I agree with that. And I believe that the majority of people that followed college football would probably say that they were a hated dynasty. So the question is, which dynasties did you hate the most? Did you like the most? Let's bring it more recent and work our way back. Golden State Warriors run 2014, 2019. Me being a LeBron fan, I hated it because it kept LeBron from winning several titles in that time frame. Now he got a couple right during that time frame, but I hated it as a LeBron James fan. They won 3 of the last 6 in that time frame, so it was definitely a dynasty. The public perception, though, Diesel, tell me if you agree or disagree. I think the majority liked the Warriors dynasty.
Yeah, I do. And there are evil dynasties and there are positive dynasties.
Yeah.
And I think Golden State, the way they were built, the way that they always carried themselves, it always felt like a Disney Channel dynasty, right?
Yeah,
Like
little bit.
it always felt good. And you watched it from the outside. You're like, they're not winning because they have nasty players who are beating up other guys on the court. Obviously, you know, that has been sullied a little bit, the way Draymond Green has carried himself over the past couple of years. But I would put Clemson's little mini dynasty there in a very similar vein, in that, you know, I know South Carolina fans hate Clemson's dynasty. I know other ACC fans probably hate Clemson's dynasty, but the way it's perceived nationally was that it was all done above board with positivity, you know, again, very Disney Channel with its
and it was
presentation.
organic, right?
Yeah.
That helped a lot. I think it being organic and those being the Golden State guys that got drafted, Steph Curry being likable had a lot to do with that, Diesel. People could relate to Steph Curry. He was a short, whitish guy, right? They could relate to him. He loved everybody. He was super nice, genuine. As you said, that's kind of the mantra the team had. So I would say that was more of a loved dynasty. Now, the only thing I'd argue is the years Kevin Durant joined, maybe you could argue that it changed it a little bit. Really, I think you could a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think people will look at it and say Kevin Durant joining the team sort of cheapened the dynasty. It's like they added this elite player to ensure that they would keep winning. And that's your job, right? I mean, fans can hate that if they want to, but it is a team's job to keep winning. Like,
sure,
nobody's ever satisfied in sports. Nobody wins one title and say, okay,
we're done.
We're good. We're done. We don't need to win anymore. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
So they did what they needed to do. And people wanted them, I'm sure, to go draft somebody and turn them into the next Kevin Durant, right? And do it organically that way. And it's interesting how those things always sort of turn, right? People loved the team ups until they stopped loving the team ups. And then now we hate the team ups. We want these teams to be built organically, which is kind of where we are back to being right now.
John Dog chimes in on the text line, says, I hated the Miami dynasty. Love the up and coming Bulldog dynasty. John Dog has shown his allegiance today, hadn't he, with them Georgia Bulldogs. Listen, I think they're in a dynasty. There's no doubt about that. I'm not a Georgia Bulldog fan, but I think you're on to something there, John Dog, as much as I hate to admit it.
Yeah, I think people loved the New England Patriots dynasty early. And then, of course, all of the stories started coming out of the cheating, of the deflated footballs, of all the Bill Belichick stuff. And Bill Belichick could have helped. I think Bill Belichick, had he been a more personable guy and hadn't been so prickly all the time.
I think so.
I think it certainly would have changed a lot of public perception around that dynasty. And for what it's worth, Tom Brady never did anything that was that would turn public perception of him to negativity as like he's a bad guy, right? Yeah, he may have deflated a football. He knew that the footballs were deflated, but like that doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like a dirty player move.
All right, next one. Alabama, 2009 to present, right? Because they have not left the dynastic phase quite yet. I don't think they have.
No. They could win one this year or next year and say, okay, dynasty continues.
Right, and an 11-win season's a down year for them. So the dynasty still continuing for them. I do think, though, if you were to poll America, Diesel, this one's very, very tough. And let us know what you think on Alabama specifically. 71307, start your text with the word fan. I would argue that it would be a 60-40 percentage of the majority, not by a ton, but the majority disliked the Alabama dynasty.
They didn't like it because Alabama engaged in just cold efficiency. Right? They turned college football into a factory and turned it
100%.
into we are just churning out players year in and year out. We can lose a bunch of dudes to the NFL. Doesn't matter because we've just replaced them with somebody who's even better. I mean, Nick Saban obviously is the biggest voice in college football, but Nick Saban was also another really prickly dude. I mean, you remember all those press conferences where he would yell at reporters and get in their faces. And,
Belichick
and clap back at him quite a bit.
More personality there.
I mean,
right?
if Saban had not done all of those things and had not had all those press conferences, I think people would look at Alabama with a more positive, a more rosy picture.
Sure.
And I think Nick Saban, in some ways, painted that program in a more negative way than it should have been. He's just a hard-nosed competitor, a no BS kind of guy. Some people like that, some people don't. But just the ruthless efficiency of Alabama under Nick Saban is something that I think should be commended. And anybody and everybody would say, I would love to have that guy leading my program.
And it's very unlikely that we'll see that type of dynasty. I mean, Nick Saban in 2007, first season, Diesel, took them to 7-6, right? 7-6 at Bama, Nick Saban's first season. After that, they only had 3 seasons where they didn't win 12 games. And that's the type of consistency that Nick Saban put on the field. So while I do believe most of the people hated that dynasty more than they loved it, I still think everyone, the majority, respected it because, like you said, you can't not respect it. You got to.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're finding ourselves leading towards the Georgia dynasty should it come to fruition. But I mean, how much will all of these off-field issues, the negativity surrounding all the street racing and all the issues there, how much will that affect Georgia's overall dynasty perception years down the road? Ultimately, I don't know that it's going to affect it. Sure. I don't. I mean, I think it's going to come down to players kind of goofing off, and they had some discipline issues, but when it came to game day, man, they had it together, right?
Yeah. The next dynasty that I want to get to, Diesel, is very fascinating. And it's not fascinating because of the dynasty. It's fascinating because it was a dynasty in a sport that didn't have as much popularity then as it does now. There were 2 dynasties, 1999 to 2004 UConn women's basketball, and then again from 2008 to 2016 women's basketball UConn. The 2 dynasties, the second one under Gino Auriemma. I don't know that we'll ever see a dynasty like that again, but the eyeballs weren't on that sport like they are now.
Yeah, that's one that will go down, I think, as a very positively looked upon dynasty for decades. I mean, I'd have to go back and look and see exactly what Tennessee was achieving under Pat Summitt. How many titles were they winning under Pat Summitt? I know they were very, very, very good, but were they winning titles in the way that UConn was winning titles after Pat Summitt and Tennessee started to fall off just a little bit? But people are going to always look back at those UConn women's basketball teams with awe and positivity.
Yeah, and look, what Gino did at UConn in the first dynasty was impressive. But his entirety, I mean, for 2 decades, 6 of Gino's 11 career national championships, Diesel, came between 2008 and 2016. They, starting the 2008 season, UConn women had won 6 of 8 national titles. Think about that.
Yeah.
6 of 8.
It's going to go down as obviously one of the most dominant dynasties ever, but it should get a little bit of that credit. But then again, you said it, the sport didn't have the eyeballs that it had on it, and it did not have the parity that it has now. There's still not a ton of parity in women's college basketball. It's building into a decent amount of parity to where you have potentially 10, 12 teams in a year in a given season that could go out and win it. And, it almost feels like you have, 5 or 6 different little mini dynasties all happening at the same time. You got UConn happening. You got South Carolina happening. You had Iowa happening. And I'm not thinking that Iowa's going to fall off a ton now that Caitlin Clark's gone. LSU's got its own little thing going on. So you've got a handful of really elite programs, and maybe while that sport is, for lack of a better term, still in its infancy, that's a good thing that you only have 4, 5, 6 programs to really latch onto that people can sink their teeth into and start to build a relationship with this sport.
If you want to answer the original question that I posed, Diesel, about South Carolina, Dawn Staley being a dynasty, and you look at what she's done compared to Gino, some may say, well, South Carolina's not a dynasty. It is right there in, the hurricane forms on the coast, and you can see it getting right to the coast, and it starts to form and look like a hurricane. That's where South Carolina is, but Gino's just already went through and torn down everything.
Yeah. Because
he went 111 games in a row, right? 3 or 4 of those years, they had unbeaten seasons. It's something that we will never see again. And to your point, with women's basketball being better than it's ever been, there's more parity. NIL could change a lot of things. I just don't see. I think that's the dynasty I would put up against Tom Brady and the Patriots.
I'm going to say, and this one may be a little bit controversial, I'm going to say that what North Carolina did under Dean Smith was not necessarily a dynasty. He only won 2 national championships. He was as elite gets, right? He was a fantastic coach with just an absolutely insane coaching record.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
But I wouldn't put North Carolina in the dynasty conversation just because they didn't win enough titles.
No, 2 probably wouldn't be. Same thing with Clemson.
77.6% winning percentage. He was absolutely fantastic.
I mean, it's very similar to Clemson football, kind of,
Right.
2 titles. To answer your question about Pat Summitt, Diesel in 95. So the Tennessee women's basketball dynasty, 95 to 98. Again, won a ton of eyeballs. I would still think that, to answer the question, people loved it because it helped the game grow. She was kind of like the foundation, right? They lost a championship to Connecticut in 95. And then after that, Tennessee responded by ripping off 3 straight national championships, undefeated in 97. And what Pat Summitt did there, you're right. It was historic. It just didn't have the longevity that Gino had at UConn.
And it's hard to look to keep it right there in the state of North Carolina. You look back at what Duke accomplished under Coach Krzyzewski. They won 5 national titles under Mike Krzyzewski. They went to a ton.
They won 5 total?
They won 5 total.
Now, that's over a long period of time.
Stretching
right?
from 1990 through 2014-15.
So that's a long – I don't consider that
and that's the thing is, so they won a title in 1990 and 1991, and they didn't win another one until the year 2000. So that's 9 years between titles. And then they didn't win another one until 2009, which is another 9 years between titles. And then it was 2014, so 5 years.
And 14's their last one.
Correct. So, that is just a ridiculous amount of sustained excellence over that course of time. But it's hard to call Duke basketball a dynasty, especially when you compare it to, back-to-back titles, 3-peat titles, things like that we're seeing in a lot of sports.
John Shire's incredible. I love what he's doing. I just don't know that when you haven't won a championship in 10 years, I don't know that you can consider yourself a dynasty. The only other ones that I want to point out, what a lot of people don't realize with Tom Brady and the Patriots you brought up earlier, Tom Brady really had 2 dynasties in New England broken up, which is even more impressive. And then the Cowboys dynasty of the 90s, which I jinxed because after I was born, they never won another one and still haven't in 28 years. So I think people liked the Cowboys dynasty. That's where they kind of got their claim to fame, right? Being America's team, but I jinxed it. I was born.
When we come back, Cole, let's replay our conversation from earlier in the show with Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer. He covers NASCAR. We got into a lot of different things with him, a lot of stuff about the Chicago race, the Pocono race coming up, and the electrification of NASCAR. That's next on the Fan Upstate.
Your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/credit card. Earlier this morning on what I think was another excellent edition of the Rob Brown Show, I gave you a list of Super Bowl contenders I think might take a step back in 2024. On tomorrow's show, we flip the script. I'll give you a list of teams I think could jump up and surprise some folks, a la last year's Houston Texans. Plus, we'll take a look at the Atlanta Braves. A couple of games left against Arizona, 3 against San Diego, and then it's time for the All-Star break. So, which moves should Alex Anthopoulos be making? That's tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show, 6 to 10 a.m. on the Fan Up State.
Leave your namby-pamby sports takes at the door. Call in if you're man enough.
244 fan phone. This is Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Grayson on the Fan.
We appreciate our guest being flexible, working with us, moving from his usual Friday slot to Thursday. Shane Connuck from the Charlotte Observer covers NASCAR, joins us here on Wire to Wire a day early. Shane, the big question is Chicago-style pizza actually pizza, or is it more like an Italian casserole?
You see, I was born in New York City. I was born in Manhattan. So I did go to Chicago once, and I did enjoy their style of deep dish pizza, but that's not pizza. We all know what pizza is, and it's usually a triangle slice.
Thank you.
It's got to be wide and flat. You got to fold it over. That's how you eat a pizza.
I'm glad we all agree on something. We all agree. Shane, you know that I was not very impressed with what I saw last week. You know, I've had people tell me, well, you got to go there. You got to get new eyes on the sport. And, you know, I want to hear your thoughts on what you thought of the Chicago race last weekend, the street course, if you will. It just didn't move the meter for me.
We spent all day on Friday on a sunny day, and cars were kind of there, getting there. Saturday, sunny, beautiful day. We have some cars there. We have an Xfinity race. We have qualifying. And then on Sunday, a beautiful day on the day of the Cup race. Are we going to have a night race? No, we can't. We don't have lights. Are we going to have a race really early in the day, usual time? No. We have to have concerts all day. So then eventually we run this race, start it right as the rain comes, and then do everything we can to squeeze in a shortened race in which Alex Bowman won, deserving winner, but we're prioritizing the other events. We're prioritizing bringing people to Chicago, not necessarily for the racing itself.
Yeah, Shane, doing a race there at all feels like a marketing attempt. And we've talked about that a lot when we bring you on the show. I wonder, what is NASCAR doing during the week? I'm not talking about qualifying. I'm not talking about testing. I'm not talking about drivers doing their own podcasts. Is NASCAR doing anything to market itself during the week? Because it feels like ultimately NASCAR is a 1 out of 7 day news cycle, and then it's gone, right? We're not talking about it again for another week, at least staying within the same series. Are they doing anything to put their drivers' faces out there to people all over social media, all over ESPN, where you need to be if you want new people to pay attention to your sport?
They are, but it feels like everything is just ultimately an attempt to, okay, we're NASCAR. These are a couple guys. This is what it is, and we're here. And it's not as much of that real making people feel connected to a particular driver or make people feel like they could be a fan of the sport. It's more like, hey, the sport exists. We're going to come here for a weekend, and it's happening, and you know it's happening. But Bubba Wallace had a big block party event in Chicago that they hyped up a lot, and a lot of fans seem to go out to. It seems like you do have a lot of people in Chicago who live, work there. NASCAR fans travel there, but also just that there was that excitement for a different event than usual. And it does bring more people toward NASCAR. The reality is that if you really want to bring in more, it's one of those things I feel like NASCAR at this point has to do, getting into a market like Chicago. If it has to be in this way with a street race like this, it has to be. But that overall, NASCAR needs to try and get into these markets by really marketing the sport itself and really in addition to bringing in new fans, really making sure that a lot of your actual fans aren't going to just be excited that they watched a race where the guy who happened to be leading in the middle of a shortened final stage won.
Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer joining us on Wire to Wire right here on the Fan Upstate. Shane, it was fascinating. The race lasted so long they had to put a timer on the race, and the race ended on a timer this past Sunday. But, man, Alex Bowman, who did win, he needed that one, didn't he?
He sure did, and that race did end on a timer. People talk about that, but that was the epitome of sometimes you just don't know what NASCAR is going to decide to do, and sometimes it's, all right, we'll just throw a timer in here now. But Alex Bowman had a streak where I think it was about 8 or 9 straight top 10 finishes. The Hendrick Motorsports driver has been a strong driver this whole year. You look at a guy like Chase Elliott. We talked about this a bit last week. Chase Elliott is second in the points. He's one of the top drivers this year. He has won this year, but still, he has one singular win. Other drivers might eventually get that win, like even a Tyler Reddick, and you look at them like, oh, obviously he's the top driver in every sense. And so the fact that you get certain, again, a guy like Alex Bowman now has one win this year. He'll be in the playoffs. But again, does that really change much about Alex Bowman? He had already been one of the top drivers in the series this year. But still, you need a win to make it to the playoffs. And the Chicago street race and everything that happened allowed the 48 car to get that win.
Shane, forgive my ignorance here. What happens now that this street race in Chicago has happened multiple times? I don't know if the plan is to keep it going. But what happens with Chicagoland Speedway, just outside of Chicago? Are they essentially eliminating that track, or is it something that's just going to cycle in every couple of years?
Yeah, so everything that it seems like is that they want to continue the Chicago street race for at least into next year. Chicagoland Speedway, though, gets a lot of talk from a lot of the race fans because, if you're thinking about going to Chicago, going to that area, people are race fans, they remember the Chicagoland Speedway. And so because of that, why would you necessarily have to do a street course? And again, that talk comes up a lot. So I think that NASCAR could end up deciding first of all, it's going to go back to the street course at least next year. But beyond that, hopefully NASCAR can find a way to get into other markets, not just Chicago, and then revive the Chicagoland Speedway. And I think that would be the perfect way to bring some of those new fans from Chicago alongside a lot of the traditional race fans who remember going there.
Shane, I want to pull up a screenshot that I have of the average viewership. Our morning show, Rob Brown, he was talking about the viewership of NASCAR this morning. And from 2015, where it was an average of 5.1 million viewers per race, to 2023, where it dropped to 2.86. I'm not going to ask you to put a finger on why there was a significant drop from 2015 to 2023, but what I do want to ask you about is 23 to 24, 2.86 million in 23 to 3.85, a significant jump from last year. What does Shane Connuck think the reason is for that?
Just more promotion, more exposure. NASCAR has really been, just if nothing else, just getting its brand out there as much as it can, and just simply its brand. And with something like Chicago, that has really allowed it to hone in on an entire, not just that market, but also just nationally being able to be like, hey, we are an American sport that's always existed where we race cars as fast as they could go, and we have road course races, and we're just going to take our cars to the middle of a downtown street. All of that, the more and more that just gets talked about, the more and more that's going to lead to slight increases in viewership. And now we're getting to a point when NASCAR is getting to have as many of its longtime fans at least somewhat interested, and then bringing in those new viewers alongside of them.
Shane Connuck from the Charlotte Observer joins us here on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. NASCAR is headed towards electrification, for better or worse, Shane. They unveiled the new ABB NASCAR EV prototype at Chicago. NASCAR officials have said they really want to push to be out ahead of this technological shift. We know that the public has extremely mixed feelings about EVs. So what's NASCAR's plan A to combat that sort of negative opinion around EVs, and how do we see this thing roll out? I mean, it seems unfair to have both electric and gas-powered vehicles on the same track at the same time, but it may be a great way to sort of prove a point in a Rocky Balboa versus Thunder Lips match, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the way NASCAR is doing it, we don't really know exactly what their plans will be in terms of having an electric vehicle series at some point down the road, but everything it seems like is that those are the plans. NASCAR, for a long time, before they rolled out that ABB vehicle in Chicago, NASCAR has been privately promoting the electric vehicle for a while. Not, like you said, the innovation, how cars are starting to evolve, but it's interesting because of how it becomes known that if you're at a race, you hear the engines fire and you hear all of that. And a big thing with these electric vehicles is that they don't sound nearly as loud as typical cars do. And so there are a lot of unknowns there, but it does feel like NASCAR, everything it does is trying to be innovative. And it knows that that is the future of how cars are going to be, and that being the premier series of stock car racing, that's how it's going to have to evolve. So it's been working on developing that car for a long time. It was actually going to bring that car out on the track at the Busch Light Clash, I believe, this year, earlier in March or February, but it was not able to for some reason. So it was finally able to unveil the car so we could see it, but a lot more to go, probably potentially years and years until we even think about having an electric series. But NASCAR developed the vehicle, and it's going to figure out a way to innovate the sport eventually.
Yeah, that's great. Have the electric car ready for when you go to these big cities. That way, when they ban fuel, you'll have your electric series to go to. I think that's a fantastic idea to grow the sport of NASCAR. Shane, when you look at Pocono this weekend, the Great American Getaway 400 presented by Vista PA. I feel like we're kind of getting to some college bowl games with the links of these names. But, we're getting to the point now where August will be here before you know it. And then the playoffs, the round of 16 starts 8th of September. Not a lot of racing left. I want to know from you, is there a guy like a Chris Buescher or someone else that you think, now that we're only getting, looking at the schedule, 3, 4, 5, 6 more regular season races, the pressure starting to mount for Buescher, in my opinion, but who else comes to mind for you?
Buescher, absolutely. And we talked about this throughout the year, but after Darlington, Buescher knew it wasn't just Darlington, but there were so many chances already this year when he easily could have gotten the 17 to victory lane, didn't. The whole deal with Tyler Reddick slamming him into the wall at the end of that race that Brad Keselowski won at Darlington, his teammate, Chris Buescher, it's getting to that. It already has been at that point where he just needs that one win. And now it's starting to get to the point that he might end up missing the playoffs very well. But if there's somebody this week who I think this matters just even more for, it is Bubba Wallace. Bubba this year has had strong runs throughout the year, has put together top 5, top 10 finishes, but just has not been able to get to victory lane. I don't think it's had a P2, P3 yet. Just for a driver who is not somebody who didn't win a race last year but made the playoffs for the first time in his career, it really is getting to the point when Bubba's going to need a chance to get that one win. And with those 2311 Toyota Camrys, they're fast almost everywhere they go, and it feels like there's a shot not just with Tyler Reddick, it's just having that one win. And so I think for guys like Bubba, guys like Buescher, then you even look into the Chase Briscoes of the world who are potentially along that cut line. You look into even a guy like Kyle Busch. At the end of the day, for as poorly as Kyle Busch has been running this year in the RCR 8 car, that he still is one win away like everybody else from making it into the playoffs. And Kyle Busch, when he runs well, he's not too far from victory lane. So we're getting to that point in the season now with another new winner in Alex Bowman. Wins are all the more important. And with the regular season coming down to the wire, you look at guys like Buescher, look at guys like Bubba. And either way, you could look at all those guys, and then somebody else could just end up in victory lane and complicate everything.
Shane, apologies for the pun, but Toyota has basically been lapping the field at Pocono over the past decade. 8 of the last 11 races at Pocono they've won. Do manufacturers really dial in on individual tracks to the point where Chevy teams and Ford teams are feeling pressure from their higher up saying, hey, you've got to do something to end Toyota's dominance at Pocono? Or is it kind of just it's a season-long thing, win where you can win?
Win where you can win, but at the same time, you look at a track like Pocono that has been so kind to guys like Denny Hamlin and other Toyota drivers, and you don't want to mess up any opportunity that you have, especially when you look at how many races certain cars win, or you look at the fact that Fords don't get as many regular season wins. I mean, certain tracks that might cater better to those drivers. It is something that you're always thinking about, which you always want to get wins wherever you can get them. But if there's a track like Pocono where Toyota continues to find guys getting the victory lane, whether it's Hamlin, whether it's Truex, you want to look at a guy like Ty Gibbs and be like, hey, you still haven't, you're another guy who hasn't won yet this year. Maybe that's the place where you can get the 54 to victory lane for the first time.
Shane, my last question for you. Over the last few years, we've seen a good number of drivers change teams, right? Go from this team to that team. In your opinion, Shane, what driver stands out the most to you as the one who made the biggest mistake and hurt his career by changing teams in recent years?
Right now, I would say Kyle Busch, because Kyle Busch is a top driver in this series in every respect. He has aside from anything else, he has the personality, he has the name, and he's won the championship twice. Since he has gone to RCR and has been driving the A car for Richard Childress, he has yet to even put together an exciting playoff run. And it's like every week, if he is in contention, it's because, Kyle Busch happened to be in contention today. And if he's not, we're all sitting there like, why is he running in 25th? And he's getting that, just annoyed himself. And you begs the question of how fast are those RCR Chevys in 2024? Austin Dillon, you could say, whatever, he's Richard Childress' grandson. He's been driving the car and had the triumph at Daytona now 6 years ago. But Kyle Busch, for a driver who seems to have the talent, skill, reputation that he does, just has not been able to even be in the top half of drivers consistently for a guy who was a two-time champion. So I would say that of a lot of these guys move around. They end up in cars that seem a little bit faster, a little bit slower. They seem to win a little bit more. It feels like there's no move that was made like the move that Kyle Busch did that just led from him going to being a two-time champion to being a driver who we're excited if he has a top 10 finish.
Shane, great stuff as always. I know we tell you a lot, but we really do appreciate you taking time to join us. Normally on Fridays, but this week on Thursday, you do a fantastic job, and we'll talk to you next week, my friend.
Thanks so much, guys. It's always fun to talk with you guys. And Cole, hope to see you soon.
Absolutely. I'm telling you, I'm going to make my way up to Charlotte very soon. You have my word. If it doesn't happen, just next time I ask you to come on, just say no, okay?
and say, I can do that. You're listening.
Diesel, are you a Whataburger fan? Have you ever been to one?
Never been to one, but there is one opening in Malden that stands to really F up traffic in a major way for me.
Oh, they all do. Yeah, you should see the one in Boiling Springs.
It's going to be rough. They're very close. I've seen people inside the building, so they must be kind of testing, getting things all squared away.
So the reason I asked you that question is, I did live in Texas for a little over a year, and Whataburger's good, okay? Don't hear me say it's not good. If you want a good cheeseburger that's consistent and you want it quick,
compare it to a fast food, like it's faster than Five Guys.
Yeah.
It's like a drive-through.
I'd say it's
burger.
comparable to
Culver's, maybe?
Well, see, I've never been to Culver's.
Okay.
And I know there's Culver's here.
Like
there's one in Duncan.
So speed-wise, can you pull up to the drive-through and sit for less than a minute and get your burger, or is it most of the time you got to pull forward?
It was very inconsistent. So it was, I would compare it to kind of like McDonald's. Sometimes when I go to McDonald's, it's bam, right? Yeah. Sometimes it's you wait a few minutes. Now, the reason I bring that up is compare
it that way, time-wise, not food quality-wise.
Time-wise. I'll take Whataburger over McDonald's.
Sure.
So there's several locations, as you mentioned, opening. Whataburger has 1,000 restaurants. Not a sponsor yet, by the way. Hope to be soon. 1,000 restaurants across 15 states. South Carolina will be the 16th state the Whataburger is in. The Boiling Springs Whataburger will be the first one in the state to open. So Boiling Springs finally has something good they can say. The first Whataburger, first cookout. The Boiling Springs Whataburger will be doing the Family and Friends opening tonight. I guess if you know somebody, you go eat. I don't know how you stop people from coming in.
Say, hey, I'm a friend.
Yeah, I know that guy.
I know Bill.
I know the guy cooking back there.
Yeah.
And then they officially open on Monday. Boiling Springs Highway 9 location will be the first location. You have Greenville Woodruff Road coming, Spartanburg East Main, Spartanburg WOEZL Boulevard, which is the west side, Malden, West Butler, is that where you're talking about? Mm-hmm. Anderson, Boiling Springs, where the new Target is, which is going to be a bleep show, beside a new QT, new Target, new Whataburger on Highway 9. Duncan and Easley. So those are the locations coming.
Coming in fast and hard.
They are coming. I'm not saying that together. So let me tell you a little secret about Whataburger. The burgers are great. The first time I ever had it, everybody in Texas was like, the Cowboys I was working with, Whataburger, they were a big sponsor. I went there. They were like, oh, you've never ate here before? I was like, no. So I had the burger. It's good. Everything's good. The fries are really good. They have spicy ketchup, which is really good. But the secret's their breakfast. Their breakfast is really good.
Really?
They have two things that are really good. I'll have to put you on them if your Malden location opens and you want to get the breakfast to try. The honey butter chicken biscuit's phenomenal. Like, you can taste the honey in the biscuit. It's really, really good.
You had me. I'm good.
It's good. And then the breakfast burger.
Breakfast burger.
So that's some man's breakfast. It's the burger. And then their hash browns are unique. They're long and skinny. They're really good. The burger comes with hash browns, egg, bacon, cheese, burger, regular burger, whatever else you want on it.
Oh, God.
It's so good.
Sounds so good.
It's so
Hurry
good.
Hurry up, Malden. Get this thing open for me, please.
So just to let you know, if you have one coming to your neighborhood, get ready. It's good. It's very, very worth it.
It's funny, Trey.
What do you say?
It's funny. He says, is Whataburger less expensive than Five Guys? I was thinking about going somewhere more affordable than Five Guys in the future, maybe places like Chop House or Saskatoon.
He's right. I complain about the same thing. I love Five Guys, but I have to go get a loan to eat.
You guys go get your garbage tier, crappy Big Mac cheeseburgers.
I'll eat a Big Mac.
And you pay $12, $13 for that. See, that's the thing. People don't realize how much McDonald's and Burger King and all those places have crept up in prices.
They have.
And you're really talking about a $4 difference between that crappy burger and a really good burger from Five Guys.
It just seems astronomical. It does. The price of time.
Nobody likes spending $16, $17, $18 on lunch.
Not on a burger.
That's not a good feeling.
Mm-mm.
But then you taste it and you're like, you know what?
It's good.
It's a tasty burger.
It's definitely good. Wesley says this is the greatest news for the Spartan Burgers. Well, you know what? Maybe they need to look into a little bit of a partnership there with the Spartan Burgers and Whataburger. But if you have not tried it, again, the Boiling Springs location will be the first location in the upstate, or in the state, regardless of what people tell you. Oh, there used to be one in Columbia. No, this is the first one Whataburger's ever put in South Carolina. Look it up. It's not bad at all. It's really not bad. And they have good choices. I'm excited.
Are you when a new restaurant like this opens and everybody flocks to it, do you flock to it early as well? Or do you wait for the hype to die down? Maybe that could be a 5 o'clock fight for tomorrow.
That's a good one. So I won't answer then.
Hey, don't answer. We're going to put that on the 5 o'clock fight for tomorrow. So you Tolos be thinking about it, because, there's a lot of these restaurants all popping up all over the place. They're building them like crazy everywhere.
Oh, they're everywhere. Like Monday is when the one in Boiling Springs where I live opens. And I can assure you that my diet that I've been very good on lately might get ruined on Monday for breakfast and lunch. Like it might just one big bad diet breaker Monday when Whataburger opens. If I have to wait 10, 15 minutes, I'll wait. They've been training forever. Hopefully they've got it all down to a science, but I'm ready for some Whataburger, man. I cannot wait.
I am pumped as well. Thank you, Tolos, for making show number 76 a raging success. We'll be back tomorrow to make it show number 77. He's Cole Bryson. I'm Diesel. You're the Tolos. That means turn it on and leave it on. Remember, you can always watch this show again on YouTube. You can find it on the Odyssey app as well in audio form. Thanks for listening. Catch you tomorrow on the Fan Upstate.